Early today.
Damn, can't believe Cad wouldn't stream on time like that.
He's just trying to get out of his responsibilities of what time to go today.
Gesundheit.
I considered it, and I upheld my half of it. It was your offer.
Hey, congrats on your partner anniversary.
Yep.
It says it on the.
Happy warning, it's today.
No.
No, it just gives us the message of the birthday cap.
Explosion.
More likely than you think.
Sorry, I had to. Explosion. Spice. Spice. Instance. I think it's just a small pile.
Later.
では、前に出ます。 Hello, everybody. Renkar, thank you for the raid. How's everybody doing today? We are getting started a little bit early today. I sitting around, I was like, hey, I don't feel like going out trying to do another spice run and doing Awakening. I was like, let me just go ahead, let me get live early. And then it turned out apparently today is my partner anniversary, which is news to me because Twitch did not warn me at all. Hello, Fly. How's it going? And Raincard, thank you again. Appreciate the raid. Hope you guys had a fun one. What were you guys up to? I'm just getting the last little things hooked up here. Then we should be good to go. Just beat Ort? Nice. Yeah, I know that feeling. I'm actually, literally, I'm on a 3-week vacation. This is my final week of my 3-week vacation here. And it's been, like, forever since I've had a day off. So, like, I have thoroughly enjoyed, like, chillaxing this vacation here. But I definitely know that feeling. So just take care of yourself. Make sure you put yourself first. Don't overwork yourself. It's unfortunate. It's the world we live in. But always got to put yourself number one so that you don't run yourself ragged. Okay. Yeah, I got today's artwork. We are plugged in and ready to play. And let's get this party started. Why is this song so low? Going at ocean swimming. I like the thumbnail. Where'd you get it from? That particular thumbnail is from God, name escaped me. Fordan, aka Don Keku. He's a fantastic artist, and I had a blast making this piece with him. I have an original character, Aurelia, that you guys see here. She is very similar to another character that you guys probably know from from FGO. And so as a result, I get a lot of commissioned artwork of her from time to time. But yeah, he did an amazing piece. And that's the piece that I got done, I think, last year for 4th of July. And he did a great job with it. So can't recommend Dan enough. Story completion and class score missions. Yeah, I know, like, for me on the alt account, like, I just had to go ahead and say, like, I'm just not going to get the class score mission done because that one was, like, it's like, yeah, if I did, I would have to have, like, gone all the way through all the lost belt, or, like, yeah, gone all the way through all the lost belts and still gotten the prologue for Ordeal Call done just to unlock a class score, just to get the 15 chords from it. It's like, I mean, don't get me wrong, it'd be tons of rewards for it, but it's like, I don't think this account can do that. At least not the account that I'm talking about it on. My account, perfectly fine. I'm a veteran of the game. I've been playing for years, so definitely a thing. But if I had planned that out maybe a little bit more, I probably could have found the time to, to prioritize it. Well, thank you for the partner well wishes again. Hope you guys are having a good one. I don't know what partner anniversary it is for me. When did I get partner? Let's see if I can figure that out here. Where's the achievements page? Twitch keeps moving that. No, it's not going to be under viewer rewards or monetization. Twitch loves to just move random stuff around and then act like it's under analytics. Let's see. Twitch partner. You're not gonna tell me when I did you guys take away the dates of when we completed stuff? What the heck, Twitch? Well, chat, you guys have watched 1.42 million hours of me. Thank you, I appreciate it. Unfortunately, we need to get to 5 million for another award. Yeah, Twitch used to tell us when we actually got it. Let me see if I can find it. The account was created on July 17th, 2014, which is far before I ever started streaming. I don't think I started streaming until 2018. Because I think when I first created my Twitch account, I was watching a guy named DDR Jake play Europa Universalis and watching him just break the game, and he was amazing at it. Yeah, it's not surprising. I think I'm the top ranked FTO streamer right now, which I go back and forth between being like top ranked or like third ranked, depending on other streamers' frequency and various stuff. Come on. Where is it? Oh, there's now a page for the team. Interesting. That doesn't seem right. Zach, thank you for the gifted subs. Appreciate it, my dude. Thank you for the 5. Sorry, I'm just a little distracted here. Yeah, can we get Zach some love? And if you were someone that was lucky enough to get a sub from Zach, make sure you give him some love as well. Enjoy your new emotes, everybody. Hello, Wood. Sorry, I'm actually trying to figure out when I got partner. Because I think it's 2019. I think I started streaming in 2018. 2019 is when I got it. So I think this is my 6th year partner, Annie. Or would that be 5th year partner, Annie? So 2020 would be 1 year, 21 would be 2, 22 would be 3, 23 would be 4, 24 would be 5. Yeah, this would be 6. Doged? Yes, you've been doged. No. Dude, don't tell me that like Twitch blanked all this and now I can no longer tell. Gotta take it slow. My peace of mind. Some of my good time. Yep, I got the email Tuesday, July. They're early. I got the email Tuesday, July 16th for 2019. So this is my 6th year, chat. 6th year as a partner, which is wild. Like, for anyone that wasn't around during those times, which I suspect a lot of you now are that way. Literally, I started streaming 7 years ago. And in only about a year, I got partner. To be fair, that was at a time when I think Twitch was growing pretty steadily. FGO was popping off naturally. And I was doing great. And like, honest to God, I kind of wish I had those times back. Not like from a like regret standpoint, but I do think there's some things that I would have like done differently. I think there's some things that I would have changed. Not only like how I conducted myself, but also like probably how I like acted towards certain other people. Not that I like mistreated people, but I think there are certain people that I would have seen the warning signs of, and I would have probably been a lot colder. And that sounds awful, right? But like, it's one of those deals to me where if I had managed to kind of cut those people out of my life sooner, it would have helped me out so much more. I would have basically just immediately cut ties, gone my own way, and it probably wouldn't have hamstrung me as much as I did. Looking back at this point after 6 years, it's wild. Like, I have been doing this for 6 years. That's insane. Like, as a partner for 6 years. I've been doing it for 7. I've said this before, but like, to me, I've always tried to be consistent to you guys. Naturally, I think like there's a trade-off. Like, there's certain things in my life I haven't gotten to do nearly as much in the past couple of years, but there's also things that like I wouldn't trade this for the world. I've enjoyed all of my time. I've had a blast with you guys, and it's been amazing. I don't know what the future holds for me. I've always told you guys that. Like, I think like if you asked me this question 6 years ago, I would have told you guys sky's the limit. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep trucking. But when you ask me this now, it's like I'm not getting any younger. I think that's pretty obvious, and I think like just being fully transparent with everybody. None of us really knows what the future of FGO is at the current point in time. The trajectory for FGO does not look good in that regard. I don't think it looks bad right now, but it doesn't look good. And with time, all things do kind of wind down. I hope that that's not in FGO's future, but whether or not that is depends not on you, not on me. It actually depends on the developers. It depends on what they do with the game and how they choose to run it going forward. So, with regards to that sort of thing, like, I've been trying to be like transparent with you guys and say like, hey, look, Like, I don't know what the future holds. I don't know what the developers are going to do. I think it's pretty obvious to me there is going to be a part 3, but I think a lot of people are kind of, one, waiting to see the ending to part 2, and 2, I think a lot of people are like hoping that the devs kind of do more for part 3, that they kind of make the magic happen all over again, and we'll just have to see. I think FGO has made a lot of mistakes over the years, and as someone that has covered it pretty much since the origin of NA at this point, I've enjoyed it. It's been great. It's still, like, not gonna lie, it is still one of my favorite games. It scratches an itch that no other game really can. Both in the characters and the story, but also just in general, I actually like the sort of ease of drop in, drop out, turn-based style of content. It doesn't actually take me a whole lot of time to do most stuff. And as somebody that's been playing the game for years and knows kind of the ins and outs of it, it still finds ways to, I'm not gonna say stump me, but to trick me and keep things fresh. But it also I think is familiar and easy to solve, and so it's definitely something that I like in that it is it's to a large degree it's a comfort game for me now, so I enjoy it. But as a content creator, you guys know I'm mostly a guide type of guy. I like making guides. I like getting you guys on board stuff. I like teaching people about the game and kind of min-maxing it to a degree, not to the sense. You guys know, I'm usually somebody that I'm not going to tell you to kind of go insane with it or anything like that. Like don't sit there and become the meta slave type of person. But I will teach you about the metas. I'll teach you why they're the metas. I'll teach you all sorts of things about it. And I will usually try to make everybody a better player and a smarter player. We're coming to a point where there is, and again, this is just to be clear on my end for you guys, we're coming to a point where it's there's not much more I can teach people. We've kind of been at that point for a while now, and so I've adjusted my content. I've made things change, and I've tried to kind of still make the most of it. But I can't say for certain that if part 3 doesn't implement something new, that I can actually continue to keep making content for the game for very long. Obviously, I can still play the game, I can still have a blast with it, but I think it's pretty obvious that when there's not a whole lot going on, people have a tendency to check out. So it is what it is. I don't really hold that against people. I understand that that's kind of what it is, and usually all I ask for you guys that when I'm off doing other stuff, when I'm playing another game, that you guys support me in that endeavor as well, because it's really all I can do. There's not anything else beyond that. There's other cool, fun stuff I can think of to come up with, but a lot of it is very high effort. And unfortunately, from what I've observed, the FGO community is both tight knit, but also kind of it's not what it used to be. It's not nearly as popular, popping off as much. So it's one of those deals where it's yes, I could go to the effort of making such content, but unfortunately, experience has shown me that every time I do of late, it mostly doesn't land. It ends up we're yeah, definitely there's some people that appreciate it, but it's not gonna pop off to the same degree that some of my old content did. Kind of wished I'd hopped on your streams earlier to learn more and in a smarter way. Yeah, it sucks, right? Because I think there's a lot of a lot of stuff where people are man, I wish I knew about this in the past, so I didn't make certain mistakes. And it sucks because at the same time, I've loved to teach people and I've tried to expand, but I'll just be transparent with you guys yet again here, and that's part of the reason that I think I've had some issues with the FGO community has been that there are some people in this community that are absolutely amazing. They are fantastic individuals. I have a blast whenever I interact with them, and there are no regrets. But there are plenty of people that I pretty much at this point just refuse to interact with because I've been burned by these people. I've been mistreated by these people. I've had people basically try to stamp me out. People try to get rid of me. People try to rip me off. People try to copy me. And so over the years, it's I definitely have a chip on my shoulder about some of that stuff. usually I just don't interact with those people. I'm not one to like stir up drama. I'm not one to like sit there and like try to like farm clout and stuff with that sort of crap. But it's definitely like held me back in some ways, and it's not good, and I don't like it. And there is at least a part of me that thinks about like what could have been if those people hadn't done certain things, and basically like how well I might have succeeded, how much we might have popped off. But I think ultimately at the end of the day, the trajectory of the game is what ultimately dictates the size of the community and the content. So it is what it is. Being a bigger content creator for FGO would certainly be nice, but I would still be at the top of a ship that is like kind of slowly coming into port. And like we'll see, right? Like, because again, I'm hopeful that the game continues on and has a prosperous like reinvigoration here soon, but we'll just have to see, because I don't know what the future holds in that regard. I really thought to look up any content creators until I looked up a CE bomb guide once. Yeah. And to be fair, I think that's also another problem is the FGO community has had issues with its content creators over the years. I think like we've had a lot of bad actors. We've had a lot of people that have sat there spouting off about crap they don't know about. I don't blame people for thinking that all the content creators are crap, but I do wish they would occasionally like check themselves and go like check somebody out and see whether or not that thought process is true. Because, you know, I see people all the time on like Twitter and Reddit that are just like, oh yeah, content creators are crap. And then meanwhile, I'll see like, you know, people doing the same exact crap on Reddit and Twitter. And like, you're sitting there and you're like, dude, like you're just posting like the same thing over and over again, just changing it a little bit each time. And it's like, yeah, of course, like somehow it's like you've managed to find the algorithm. People just start liking your stuff in droves. But like, it's like that's no better than the same people that were like farming and bait farming on like YouTube back in the day. It's the exact same crap, and then people want like better content creators, but they sit there and they continue to endorse that stuff. So it's like I don't know what to say. Other than, you know, I've always tried to be original with my content. I've tried to at least like make it helpful and productive for you guys. I can honest to God say this in like the best sense that like I don't watch other content creators, so I basically can't take anything from them. I usually just look at what I'm doing and what I think the community needs, and almost all of that is going by instinct and by demand to a degree. So it's like, if my stuff's not popping off, I can only really blame myself. I can't really blame like anybody else at this point. Though I can definitely say like there have been times in the past, like for instance, just to use an example here, where like let's take the new player guide, where I went out, I did a ton of work for months. I created this, I, you know, promoted it, I posted it everywhere, and I had a Reddit mod basically come out of the woodwork, tell me how crap it was and that no one was going to read it, and that this was like pointless to have been made. So it's like you get stuff like that in the community, and you're just like, well, yeah, of course. No wonder I have a chip on my shoulder about Reddit when I have crap like that happen. So it is what it is. And that's the only thing I can say at this point, is that like there just are legitimately some bad actors in the community. I usually try not to let those people spoil the rest of the community for me. But it's like there are certain points in my like career where if things had gone differently, if instead of someone coming out to like shit on me, somebody had instead been like, hey, this is really good, this person put a lot of work in, you guys should check this out, it would have gone completely the polar opposite direction and things would have worked a lot better. So it is what it is. I think like in that regard, we'll just have to see. I'm definitely of the opinion that I love to stream, and streaming is something that I think I will continue to do for a while until like, say, I meet somebody in my life and potentially like my life changed in a more positive direction. But even then, it may be just something that I continue to do even after that, because it's still something that like I enjoy getting on every day. I enjoy getting to see you guys. It's fun to me, and it's like the social aspect I don't get in the rest of my life normally anyways. Need today's art link today? No, I'm busy talking. You can't have... Okay, yeah. Here you go. Here is today's artwork. Go give the artist some love. Another fantastic piece. Girlfriend waiting room, right? Yeah. But I mean, like, I've been using this vacation as well to like start and make my life a little bit better. I've been cleaning up some today. I've actually done cooking again. So this is now like what, the fourth time I've cooked on vacation here. I have not ordered out for food since like the first week of vacation, which is good. I've just like actually been trying to like get my life back in order a little bit more. Art link is for tier 3 members only. Damn. Okay, it's actually like subwalling people. I believe things will work out. I do too. I'm hopeful that either FGO pops off again, or that if FGO ends up crashing and burning, and I don't want to sound doomer here, right? But like, if something like that happens, that I find a new game to call home, to continue to support and like promote and teach people about, because that's really like all I can hope for at this point, is that like people begin to actually like appreciate the wisdom that I give out more than like, you know, people coming in and being like, oh man, like thanks for teaching me, but I'm not gonna watch you anymore. Which unfortunately has been comments that I've gotten in the past. So it's like, when you get stuff like that, you're just like, dude, like, it's definitely something that like hurts whenever you read that, but I have to just chalk that up to yet again. It's like, okay, that person's just an asshole. Cad, what if FGO gets run over by a horse? Look, Uma Musume is popular. If people want to go play Uma Musume, they can. I don't really care. I'm not into horse girls. If people like it, they're welcome to like it. But it's like, I keep getting people that are like trying to like bring it up to me, and I'm like, dude, you're not going to convince me. I'm sorry. Mostly because like I'm not really like an idol guy in general, anyways. I think blind devotion to like a singular person or something like that is probably not a good way of approaching things. And yes, chat, I know I say this as a huge fan of Artoria, but in general, like, even if you were to ask me about certain things within like Artoria's lore and stuff, I have issues. So like I'd be absolutely willing to talk about stuff like that. Man, you went live early? Yeah. Outside of CAD, I don't really interact with the community. Every now and then I'll be aware of what other content creators are yapping about, or the one-off vid about FGO. Usually I'm just observing in the background. Yeah, I mean, again, like I've had people that have called like our community is a bunch of casuals or something like that, and I'm always like, yes, our community where the streamer streams like every stinking day. Surely we're the casuals. Surely we're the casuals, right? Like no, it couldn't be other people that like stream like once a week or some crap like that and are trying to like start shit with me. Like I said, it's like when that stuff happens, I just basically attribute it to, it's like, oh, here's another shot across the bow from someone. I don't sit there and go like, yeah, this is the way the entire community thinks. I just assume that person's got to stick up their butt. Though, to be fair, I'm sure there are plenty of content creators that wish that I was gone. They wish that they could get rid of me, because I guess they just don't like me. I can attribute that to either jealousy or just like a difference of opinions. I don't really care. And personally, I've learned over the years that if you're successful, it's usually that you're successful due to your own hard work and the things that you have done, rather than like due to somebody else existing out there. There are times where, like, again, you know, people can hold you back, people can do stuff, but if you keep trying, you'll continue to be successful. Like I said, I've had plenty of people that have tried to like get in my way or stop me or like try to like hold me back over the years, and I've still been successful in spite of them. Why? I'm gonna tell you guys my big secret, okay? after 6 years of being a partner, I'll tell you the secret to success. And everybody always gets this wrong. They look at like all the things I've done over the years. Like, oh, CAD like gigafarmed a Lotto. Oh, CAD like sat there and like made all this guide content. Oh, CAD like went out and did like account reviews for people. Oh, CAD created this like this video that popped off. Nah, here's the secret, chat. Gather in close, because you'll never guess. This is the true secret to my success. I just keep going. I'm like the fucking Energizer Bunny. I just work hard and I just keep doing it. And nobody can ever take that away from you. That is the truth. Like, so I always get people that like they'll copy me and they'll do stuff and they'll think like it's going to work for them, and then they wonder why it doesn't work for them, and I'm like, because you give up, because you don't try, because you literally sit there and act spiteful and jealous instead of just doing it. It's like Shia LaBeouf said, just do it. If you just do it and you just keep doing it and you do it over and over and over again, it works. The way it always is. The secret is that CAD showed up, pretty much. And Scratch, thank you for the 72. Appreciate it. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how I do it either some days. You stream consistently, which is required to grow a channel. Yeah, it is. It really is. It's like, I think everybody wants the flash in the pan. Everybody wants the like quick thing. And I've said this to people over the years, like, chat, if you go look and you look at like any content creator that's like a big name, somebody that quote popped off, they weren't a nobody before they popped off. They literally did a lot of work. They probably knew some people. That's definitely a factor. But they had to be already good at their craft so that they were well positioned when they did pop off. And you don't, like, nobody's just inherently amazing at their craft. Nobody's like the best streamer ever with no practice. It's something that you learn over time. It's something that just happens. And then when you're positioned well, you pop off. Because again, it's basically, I've heard people like, they're always like, oh, it's luck, right? And it's like, no, luck is when preparation meets timing. That's luck, chat. You had the right timing and you were prepared to take advantage of it. That's luck. If you get lucky and you're not prepared, you squander it. If you get lucky, but in theory you missed your mark, like it happened at the wrong time, you don't get to take advantage of it. It sucks, but it's true. Also, don't be a douchebag, because being a douchebag is the easiest way to gain subscribers. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I should be a douchebag because then I would begin to grow. Connections like in the real world also helps. Yeah, and that's always true. I think it's like one of the big reasons that people like to do collabs. Speaking of which, we have a collab later this week. I'm going to be collaborating with Miss Tutu Kuragi. We're going to be doing our Castoria Berserker rolls together. And then actually next week, there's a collab that I'll be doing with Mr. Fox for us, because he would like to share the Bargu rolls with me. So we're going to be doing that. So all in all here, I think I've done like 4 collabs this vacation. We're doing good. I think popping off his luck and skill is keeping it after going the 5 minutes of fame. Right, exactly. So it's like, if somebody does get their 5 minutes of fame and they're not prepared for it, it just gets squandered. They're not ready to like capitalize, right? Luck is you streamed the right game at the right time and it led to you multiplying your viewership by a lot. Sometimes that happens on Twitch, but not as much now. It's difficult to pop off on Twitch now, I do agree. I think that's also just because the younger generation isn't on Twitch as much. Like, they are still some, but Twitch is usually where they end up after watching somebody somewhere else. So, like, they'll see clips of their streams on, like, TikTok or YouTube, and, like, that's how they'll end up on the stream. NA Summer is Thursday, isn't it? I think Friday. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, though. Happy partner anniversary, Cad. Thank you, Crazy. Appreciate it. Thank you for the 8 months. Stream on Thursday. Thank you. Okay. That's... I was like, hold on. Which, yeah, of course, we'll be covering the live stream. And then tomorrow is Grand Lancer. So we'll have that as well. I have been doing my rank ups chat. I haven't done all of them, but like all of the important ones are done. It doesn't mean that these remaining ones aren't important. It just means that the ones that were important to me got done first. You know which ones, chat. Also, Double X here got to Bond 11. So she's in Prague on Bond 12 now. All the saber faces, yep. I still hate watching Twitch on mobile. It's so bad. Same. I don't understand why they can't seem to fix that. It, like, there's a lot of stuff where, like, Twitch just wastes all these money on, like, these, like, DEI programs and, like, trying to, like, facilitate things on Twitch that, like, nobody actually cares about. Meanwhile, their literal, like, mobile app is just cancerous to actually use, and they can't seem to get a handle on it. And you're like, well, of course, if you would actually spend the money in the places where it mattered, people would use your platform more. I wonder who will be the Grand Lancer boss. A lot of signs point to Indra. A lot of signs, because supposedly he's bragging about it in the current JP event. So it could be a bait and switch. We'll just have to see. There is obviously some people that are like, oh yeah, like what if it was like Vitra or something instead? So it's like she kind of steals it from him, and I was like, that'd be cool. I would actually like laugh at that, but we'll just have to see. Unfortunately, Vitra didn't get a buff on JP, so that's, I think, a big downer considering she got attention. She did get featured in the event. She also got a costume, but they didn't upgrade her, which is like, I think it's like situations like that where the fandom is increasingly beginning to like doubt the developers, and they're not wrong. I really can't tell why the developers don't do some stuff, and I think the only real blame I can have at this point is that it's probably like lore reasons or why the upgrades aren't getting done. So you've got like somebody within Type Moon, potentially even Nasu, sitting there saying like, no, I don't want to do an upgrade for this character at this time, because we know that they actually do have final say on that stuff. But it's like, I can't imagine that the devs don't look at that and go like, hey, that unit needs a buff, right? I'm pretty sure the devs at least have a reasonable handle on it, and the issue basically boils down to, like, they can't seem to get it approved. Which maybe means, like, maybe their upgrade's not as good of an idea, or maybe it just means that, like, for lore reasons, the lore overlords won't allow it. No buff, a costume, just a recolor, yeah. If it is him, it's kind of disappointing. I do agree. I agree, at least from the standpoint of, I think people would rather see an older unit get Grand Lancer. Nobody wants to see a unit, like, suddenly come out and get it. Particularly because, like, again, if you followed story, you know there is somebody that appears in Lost Belt that is the Grand Lancer. So, at least for that singularity. But to be fair, in that regard, I actually like if it is someone different than that person, because then it really drives home this point of Grand is not something that's set in stone like some people still choose to believe. It's just annoying when it's a servant that really like one, like Arthur or Anastasia. I mean, I think when we look at stuff like this, we can only really assume that like there's got to be some sort of like missing link. Like there's something that we can't perceive for why the developers don't do it. Because I'd say like and chat, you can give me your honest opinion on this. How do you guys feel they've done with the past like year or two of upgrades? Do you feel like the upgrade pace is sufficient? Do you feel like the units that are getting them are the units that need them? Do you feel like the upgrades that they're getting are good upgrades for the unit? A joke grand battle during this or next month and made a summer grand, please. I mean, you say that, it's probably going to be like Ryder. Will end up being that strong. Because they're probably going to do this, then they're going to do anniversary, and then they're going to have to do another one, right? So I assume the Ryder one will like tie in to summer somehow. And that's probably why they chose it. There may be somebody there, right? Would that be funny? All the recent buffs I remember besides Zenobia were great. Zenobia's was okay. It's just like, I think people gave way too much shit to Zenobia's. It was not precisely what she needed, I'll agree. But like, it's not as bad as a lot of people made it out to be either. But I think where a lot of that reaction came from, it's like I talked about before. It's this idea, this concept of like, okay, when is the unit gonna get the buff that it needs then? So I agree with it, right? Good, but they need more. Yeah, I like, honest to God, on those 3 points. So on the point of, are the upgrades what the unit needed? I give them like an A, not an A plus, but I give them like an A. It's usually what the unit needs. Okay. On the point of, let's see, what were the other 2 points? The points were, is it what the unit needs? Are they doing them enough? And are they choosing the right unit? So on the point of, are they choosing the right units? I would give them like a B. I'd say for the most part, yes, they are. On the, are they doing upgrades enough? They're getting, in my opinion here, like a C- on this. I think they've improved their pace, but their pace was an F. They were failing that grade for years. So I think when we look at this, it's like, I'm willing to give them credit for doing more, but I still don't think they've done enough. I think they need to continue to increase it. I think there's too many units that are still left behind. And I think with every new unit release and every new like power creep buff that happens, somebody else gets further left behind. So. They had a buff for anger, which had a ton of effort put into it, but then in practice, we barely ever see it happen. Yeah. Like saying Anastasia's interludes were great despite not giving her any buff. Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything I said? Copium is Grand Rider Boudica or Grand Rider Taigong for the Grand Boss Battle. That'd be kind of funny. Especially since Taigong goes out of his way to say that he'd be a candidate for Grand Caster, but I mean, I like if Taigong was Grand Rider, it wouldn't like, I wouldn't be like, oh my god, he can't be. Like, I would be like, okay, that kind of makes sense given his lore. Like, should he be a caster instead? Yeah, probably. But is he still effective and like highly useful as a writer? Hell yes, he is. F to C is pretty poggers. No, like I'm dead serious. Like they really have improved in that regard quite a bit. The issue that they have is that like it's just still not enough and they've got to do better. So to me, their buff pacing is still their worst aspect. The targets for the buffs, I think they're pretty good on, and I think they're best at actually getting the correct, like getting a good buff for a unit. Though to be fair, I probably think differently from chat on this because I look a little bit less at like specifically does it actually like target the thing that the character needs, or is it like a good buff all things considered to the unit? I look a little bit more on the latter than the former there. So as long as it's something I think that the unit could have constructively needed, then I'm like, okay, like, yeah, it's not what I wanted, but it's still a good buff. You said Zenobia's buff was great despite not helping her. No, I didn't say Zenobia's buff was great. I said Zenobia's buff was good. And there's a difference there. Because if you go look at Zenobia's buff, it is still decent, right? So, again, grant self on guts activate buff 1 time 3 turns, charges the party's gauge when her gut status is activated. This is something you can Qin Gong with her, and it is party-wide utility. Is it like the best thing ever? No. Is this something that you're going to use traditionally within looping? No. But it is an upgrade to a skill that I think is something that has value and could be something that if you set up the party right, you could exploit and use to your advantage. Do I think it's a good buff? Yes. Do I think it's a great buff? No. I think it's just one of those things where, like, this actually does fit her quite a bit given her lore and all that stuff. And I do think it could be useful to her. Unfortunately, and I'm going to have to call this out right now, the reason so many people have issue with that buff is because people want a 4-star to be the best archer looper in the game. You're not going to get that. I'm not going to say it doesn't happen elsewhere in FGO. It does. Our single target archer is still, the highest is still a 4-star, which is a travesty to me. But in general, I think every single time that has ever happened in the history of FGO is a mistake. I think that shouldn't be the case because I think it defeats the entire point of 5 stars. So the issue that they have is that they make a permanent 4-star more powerful than Jarcher, more powerful than Durga. What's the reason that you roll for those, right? Like, it's one of those deals where this is just kind of people's inherent bias coming in because they really like Zenobia and they want Zenobia to be better, and they kind of just want everything on that character. Don't get me wrong. I understand. I like Zenobia too. She got a nice ass. But it's one of those deals where, yeah, like, I just have to kind of point it out. It's like people, you can't expect people basically to be constructive with anything on Zenobia. Anything that's not a immediate increase to her loopability or her power, people would find flaw with immediately. Salter is now the best AoE Saber, being a 4-star. Right, and I think that's also a mistake. Tell me I'm wrong, chat. Saberface fan here. Tell me I'm wrong that Salter as a 4-star should not be head over heels better than the 5 stars. Am I wrong to make that statement? And anyone that says I'm wrong, you're biased. I like that's the only reason why I'm saying it, right? Like, it's one of those deals I can, when we're talking balance, remove my character preference out of this. I can take it, I can check it at the door, and I can say, hey, look, is this what's good for the game? Is this what's good for, like, the character? Or is this just what's good for the fans? And it's like, there's nothing wrong with appeasing the fans, right? But you have to look at it from a standpoint of compare Salter to a 4-star. She doesn't compare. Salter is not a 4-star anymore. Calling her a 4-star is a laugh because she's so strong. She is a pseudo 6-star at this point, chat. I'm not even kidding you. Like, we can look at that and we can say she's not just stronger than other Sabers. She's way stronger than other Sabers. That's a problem. That's a, you fucked up your balance. And I can only look at it as such. Because again, I'm going to go right back and I'm going to point out every other time that the devs have done this and parade that in front of you and say those were also mistakes. And some of those you guys might have also agreed with me on. Some of them you might not have if you really like the unit. It just is what it is. Do you have Twitch? Yes, I do. Hi. Mordred should have gotten that buff instead, Kappa. No, I mean, we could use lore arguments all we want, right? Like, for who should be the strongest in lore. And I think, like, there is a good argument to be made for, like, Salter hitting hard, right? Like, I'm not going to sit there and say that that shouldn't be the case. But I am going to say, then where they fucked up is that Salter should not have been a 4-star. And so at the end of the day, I have to look at that and I have to say, okay, chat, a 5-star should be stronger than a 4-star. A 4-star should be stronger than a 3-star. A 3-star should be stronger than a 2-star, and so on. Now, yeah, there's maybe like unique scenarios where this wouldn't be the case. There's no unique scenario in Salter's case. The only unique scenario where we could say that it wouldn't apply in Salter's case is if, like, you're literally dealing with, like, single enemy waves for the first 2 waves. That's the only way. And even then, what you do is you probably just pull in another, like, single target to, like, handle that, and you still let Salter pop off. So there's a problem in that regard. Same thing with, like, Ku. Ku probably shouldn't have been a 3-star. Yeah, they've admitted Romulus should not have been a 3-star. So it's like, I can look at that and I can say it is what it is, but then I can kind of go back and I can say, like, is this good for balance? No, it is not. Does this make anybody want to roll any 5-star saber in the future? No, it doesn't. That's not good, decision-wise. They could have made Salter stronger. They made Salter so strong that Salter basically eclipses the need to have any other AoE saber. That's a fucking problem. And I say this as somebody that likes and has a Grailed Salter on JP chat. One day we'll get another single target quick Lancer. You know what we really need is we need a 5-star single target Arts Lancer. Because you realize we don't have one, right? Did you like the Montoria buff? I liked the Buntoria buff, but I also said that in a similar thing that it was not the upgrade that she needed the most. It helped her, but it helped her in a way that, frankly speaking, validated a lot of, like, stupid people's, like, complaints about her that never wanted to use her. They go like, oh, well, now we can just use her as a buff support. And I'm like, I don't like that. A little bit. It's like, make the unit actually, like, better at their job. Don't sit there and give them a new job to appease people that hate the unit in the first place. But it is what it is. Only limitation is that Salter story locked. Yeah, that's definitely, I'd say, an issue, but not much of one, considering the story that she's locked behind is Fuyuki. Granted, it's like, okay, do you want to roll for her on story banner? No, most people don't. They're just gonna wait for an actual raid up. Though admittedly, the best time to roll Salter is when you first start the game and have completed Fuyuki. Because if you do it then you haven't unlocked any of the other story locks. So you just have whatever's in the general pool and her, and you're like, okay, now I have, like, an opportunity, which is actually hilariously how I rolled her on my NA account to begin with. I basically started the game with Salter on my NA account. General pool's pretty huge now. Oh yeah. I'm not saying it's an easy thing, just that that's in theory the best time. It's good, but a sidestep instead of a step forward. I can see that. Well, like I said, I know that, like, discussing some of this, especially on certain characters, it's touchy for people because people have their favorites. For instance, I can look at a certain buff, and this one's controversial to me. At least that, like, every time I bring it up, people usually have a tendency to, like, get upset. But, like, let's say if we were to talk the Musashi buff, okay? The Musashi Berserker buff specifically. A lot of people looked at that and they said, that is way too strong. I disagree. At least if we're comparing to other Berserkers. If we're comparing outside of the Berserker class, you have a leg to stand on. If we're comparing, like, Musashi Berserker to an archer, you're absolutely right. If we're comparing Musashi Berserker to another AoE Berserker, I don't think there's any leg to stand on there. I think the Berserkers are just like kind of power creep incarnate in the game at the moment. The 200% min was a bit much. It's one of those deals where I think it's perfectly fine given that she doesn't have the same utilities as Ibuki. So it's like, you want to know where they fucked up, chat? Did they fuck up with Musashi's buff or did they fuck up with Ibuki? And what they had to do is they had to make Musashi stronger to actually rebalance this like relationship right here. So to me, it's like it's just kind of the sins of their past coming back to haunt them. And I think like you're going to see a similar situation with Salter. It's like you've made Salter so strong that literally no other 4-star can rival her. And even the 5 stars, at best, they can get close under optimal conditions. And that's why, like, chat, don't be surprised if 10th Annie rolls around here and we get a buff to OG Saber. Don't be surprised. I'm expecting it. Like actually expecting it. Because it's one of those deals of like, oh yeah, how do you actually sit here and justify this? How do you sit there and get people to roll for other units if the other units are just crap compared to it? She is the face of fate, so I'd expect it. Yeah, and it's probably, if you think about it at this point, it's probably a pretty genius marketing ploy given the HSR collab. So Saber is popping off. She's all over the internet all over again. It's been really nice to see that. And one of the easy ways to get people to pay attention to FGO is to do something for her in FGO. That will get people to pay attention. But like then we'll get people and they'll be like, hey, but what about like this unit that hasn't gotten a buff in years, Cat? And you're right. I'm not going to argue that. Like, this is why I've said like probably their chief problem is just the sheer rate at which they're buffing. And a little bit part of the issue is too, like, because they have leapt forward so far with certain buffs, you end up at this point where it's like, in order to actually balance things out, you have to do a whole lot of extra work. You have to like, oh, you went too far with one buff. Now you have to buff 12 other units. And it's like, yeah, that's not good, right? Like, it's better to buff a unit, but keep them in line sort of with the performance of other units. Thank you, Beans. Think FGO will give her a Spiritron dress? That would be funny, and that would be the closest thing ever to a true collab. If they did that, I think we could officially call it a true collab, which would sort of pop FGO's cherry in that regard. Because FGO really hasn't had one. Hans or her. Chad, are we done with strengthenings, or do we still have more? I know we got Squirtoria. She was the last one, wasn't she? You got charge. I got 0. Yeah. Well, that's to me. It's like when I look at Musashi, it's like, yeah, that makes sense for why like Musashi should deal the most damage, because Musashi has the least charge, right? And even if we look at like refund rates in that, Musashi is certainly not somebody that's considered to have the best refund of all arts loopers. She's not bad, but it literally did take Castoria coming out for her to get to a much better place. So it's one of those deals where when I look at that, I go like, yeah, I think it's perfectly fine to have Musashi deal high damage, because Musashi is going to be beholden to what the node has for whether or not she can function at her highest level, so to speak. We're done? Okay, yeah, that's literally what I was just pulling up here. And then yeah, next year is interesting. Let me take a look. Where was I? Next year we got the Dechi upgrade. This one's a nice one. Dechi really needed it. This is... I mean, it is. Cleo did need this. Really helped out her ability. Again, there... Bro, the Asclepius buff was such a hilarious one because I saw people being like, this is a nerf. And I'm like, no, it's not. This is just people basically abusing the fact that Asclepius didn't provide guts to use Asclepius as a sacrificial unit. And I'm like, while I understand, I also am like, okay, you're taking a clear demerit on the unit and you're abusing that demerit, and then they fix the demerit, and then we complain that it's like worse now somehow because of that. And I'm like, well, maybe we shouldn't have been using the unit as a sacrificial unit in the first place, given that he is a literal story locked 3-star. Like, that doesn't exactly scream esports to me. That screams difficult to acquire. Not everybody has this, right? As opposed to like, if we do this with like Chen Gong, yeah, absolutely. Chen Gong's a permanent 2-star unit. Everyone's gonna have him. So to me, it's like this is a-okay. I think this buff is great. I think this actually really helps him. But unfortunately, this is probably the last nail in the coffin of Iris Veal in that regard. Skandar finally getting charged and becoming useful again. Nito finally got the fix to her NP. Abby's buff was weird, dude. Abby's buff was one where when I like looked at that, I'm just still not really sure of like kind of what they were doing with it. Because with Abby, I think like they're trying to like make her stronger. But this is a weird one because to me, Abby has always been strong. Always. She has always been fantastic at what she does. It's definitely a good buff, but it made a valid use of him much harder to pull off. I don't really care. Like I said, it's people esportsing it. I don't think that's a valid use. Esports is not using a character in its designed way. Esports is literally you're just not going to level up the character, and you're doing it usually for like min turns and like CQ completion and stuff like that. Like, don't get me wrong, it's fine if people want to do it. Calling it a nerf based off of what I consider to be an unintended way of playing the game, a player derived like artificial limitation on the game, is really weird and dumb. That's why I don't agree with that take. Like, if you're somebody that plays that way, that's fine. You don't have to listen to my take on that at all. But to me, when we put up self-imposed barriers and then we complain that the devs did something that violated those self-imposed barriers, you don't really have a leg to stand on. That's just legitimately you going like, oh, like, how dare the devs take away my own special, unique way of doing this thing that the devs never intended. So it's like, yeah, I don't really care about that. I like, legitimately, I don't think that's a legitimate complaint about the game. That's just a, I guess, learn to adapt type deal. Or don't do the upgrade. Yep. Like, I can't state this enough, but unfortunately, chat, while min turning is an interesting thing, min turning is not a designed thing within the game. It is a self-imposed restriction that players do. Okay? There's no like leaderboard in the game. There's no like speed check or anything like that. So complaining that something messes with that and intended uses of that is folly to me. It's literally just the player getting upset that the like self-restricted and self-imposed thing is getting messed with. I think you could use Asclepius to make one unit completely revitalized. The whole part heal a bit but ultimately not trying to stall out by making everybody live till the fight is over. Right. What I'm saying, though, is that the only thing that this upgrade interferes with is your ability to sacrifice Asclepius. That's it. That is literally the only thing this interferes with. Doing that is, as I said before, to me, not the intended use of him. I think people are looking at that and they're insinuating that's what it is, when to me, all that ever was a demerit to not make him as good as another character in his same niche. And whether or not he wasn't as good, I think is debatable, because to me, Asclepius has probably always been better. But like I said, that literally only lives in the realm of like, hey, I need this character dead this turn. That literally only lives in the realm of like, hey, you're trying to like min turn or do a challenge comp, right? And this is why my stance is that take doesn't make any sense. It's purely from the standpoint of it's a-okay to do these things and to play the game this way, but obviously the devs don't intend it. So again, complaining that the devs did something that interferes with that somehow is basically crying over spilled milk. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, the devs are going to keep interfering with stuff like that because the devs don't consider that to be like, oh, this is the intended way to play the game. It's not. The devs continue to level everybody up. The devs continue to use everybody to their utmost capability within reason, right? Yeah, Irisfield needs some love. Is amazing for burst and 90 plus and plus plus. Yeah, this one was just like really odd to me because I think when they looked at Abby, they saw that Abby's in P generation, despite like some of the upgrades that they have given her, which again, you can see they had already given her 30% charge. They looked at this and they said, it's still not enough. And they said, let's make her a 50% charging unit. I'm not going to say like it's bad. It's not. It's just I looked at this and I go like, wait, but Abby was already really good at what she was. So this upgrade kind of stumped me a little bit in the sense that like, I'm surprised that they revisited her yet again in some way other than just raw damage output. To me, probably the only thing that does limit Abby is her capacity to get back to an NP. And the more you give her that capacity, the more terrifying Abby becomes. Because again, this is a unit that literally can just sit here and actually buff remove you. You're not going to stop Abby. Abby's just going to keep on trucking. So limiting the amount of time she can do it, put another way, in a similar way to Amakusa, probably does balance the unit. Tilting that further into like, hey, she could just keep getting to an NP over and over again. I mean, they could do that, but it's going to have some repercussions on their end. So I still to this day, I've looked at that, I've been like, huh, that's an interesting buff. I'm not sure what they were thinking with that one. Irie's actually a similar problem to Abigail. Her card performance is just utterly atrocious. And they both kind of have that issue, and it is ultimately what limits the character so much. In Irisfield's case, she's got triple arts, but she can't really utilize it effectively because her NP gain rate's just so ass. And so one of the things that they've looked at doing, I think, over time is making her be able to get to an NP a little bit faster, a little bit more regular. In Abby's case, this is a little bit of an issue because of the buff strip capability. In Irisfield's case, it's like she actually just needs it. That is her entire functionality. If she can't get back to her NP, she's just dead, and so is the party. So there is a little bit of a weird sort of limitation that they've put on Irisfield. And I assume most of it's just because she's welfare. And I think they don't want to make the welfares too strong because then again, it's the same argument that we were using with Salter earlier. It's like what makes the like person roll for another competitive unit, right? And then yeah, we got quick up on Billy again. And then wasn't it more crit damage as well? It was the upgrade to his dodge. Yeah, more crit damage on Billy. That's one of those where it's like they're just trying to turn Billy into a meme man. Like, he definitely needed single target damage. I'm A-okay with them giving him quick up in regards to that. But, like, 50% more crit damage for 3 turns is like, dude, no. Like, you just added 18% over that duration. He did not need that. Absolutely needed. This one, to me, is probably one of the most justified buffs I had seen in a long time. Because Moriarty was that unit that nobody rolled and a ton of people shat on, and then like people felt justified since Summer Mellison came out the following summer. And then this buff happens and he starts eclipsing Summer Mellison in damage. And I'm like, yeah, I can't really blame them for that. There are some buffs where I really feel like the devs just go, hey, this character isn't popular. Next to nobody rolled him. Let's make this unit stronger. And I can't say I hate that idea. Because, 1, it rewards the people that have niche tastes. 2, it actually does give people a reason to have said unit. And 3, again, Moriarty, when he came out, still had some issues. I don't think he was bad. People were trying to say, like, oh, he's not stronger than Space Ishtar, therefore he's bad. Oh, he requires a 3rd support to loop, therefore he's bad. And I'm like, bro, what are these smooth brain takes? Like, when we look at it from that standpoint, it's like, then like 90% of the game is bad by those objective standards. So it's like, I don't know what to say at that point, right? So it's like, to me, I never really agreed with a lot of people's takes on Moriarty that he was some sort of bad unit. I thought Moriarty had a lot of potential uses and that he was decent. But yes, I think like he was the epitome of a unit you didn't have to have. And so a lot of people skipped, a lot of people waited, and then Mellison came out and it basically ended up validating their like initial choice. So people use that as an opportunity to dunk on him. And I think that's why the devs came back and they said, all right, dunk on this. And they gave this man a just superb upgrade. Didn't help that they gave us EO as an arts ruler. Yeah, it's a good point, actually. I did forget about EO. So EO was another like nail in that coffin. This was such a good upgrade. At least in the sense that like this basically just made Charlotte finally consistent. She really needed this. If you guys remember, she had the 33% weight. Chat, some of y'all like gacha, so they put gacha in your gacha. I, on the other hand, fucking hate RNG skills. I think RNG skills are one of the stupidest things in the entire game. I will always seek out the ability to non-RNG a skill if I can, right? And so they come back in and they basically say, oh, you know what? Now you can just pick one. And I'm like, thank you. Thank you. That's all anyone would have asked for. Just let me pick. And now it's like it just completely turned around the capability of this unit as a result. RNG skills are some of the worst in the game. They're -1 skill slot. I wouldn't say they're -1. But it is the equivalent of like the skill will never work when you need it to, right? Like, and it will just salt you forever. So it's like, this is one of those mechanics where I think the devs think it's fun and every player hates it because it's like a source of animosity. It can't ever like be good from the player's perspective because the player just goes like, okay, it worked for me this time. And that's your best case scenario. It worked for me this time. Your worst case scenario is it totally fucks them. The RNG did salt me forever. Yeah, no, like I don't blame anybody for being salted about this sort of thing. Like, to me, this has always been a really stupid design. I feel like if they wanted to do it better, let's be honest, okay? An example of where it's done better, Imperial Privilege. Imperial Privilege is RNG, chat. But there is something you can do about Imperial Privilege to make it not RNG. I think that's fine. But this shit? where there is nothing you can do. It's just arbitrary and it will choose one of these three options and it may not be the option you need. That sucks. That will always suck. There is nothing you can do about it. You cannot plan around it. You're literally just going to get screwed by it. Devs get rid of Spishtar's 80% on her skill 3, thanks. I mean, at least in Spishtar's case, again, there's something you can do about that. So I think it's like, it's A-okay when they allow for some sort of out, but like, oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, if Avalon were here, he would tell you guys that Hokusai, this is probably like one of the most needed buffs in her regard. To me, Hokusai definitely needed it. Hokusai being one of the game's first foreigners, it just like, she had not aged well. She was not bad. She's always had a lot of capability in her kit, but she just actually needed a Noble Phantasm upgrade. And it was one of the things that was beginning to hold her back. Chat. When will they figure him out? When will they figure him out? To be fair, it at least does remove the like RNG again. So in that regard, good. But like, my god, red hair could use just, if nothing else, if you're not going to give the man NP gen, red hair could just use NP damage. He doesn't have it. He is a story locked unit. And he is bad at damage output. There is no reason to use red hair. The literal reason at this point is like, oh, you want like ignore invincibility. And it's like, I'm sorry, most people are just going to go with some other option because of his damage output. So to me, they've got to do something on red hair. And it's wild because again, like, they've had plenty of time to give this man upgrades, and that's like, oh, he finally gets something, and it helps some, but it's really still not what he needs. Devs can't figure him out. I think there's a couple of units like this where the devs, like, they want to turn him into this, like, pseudo challenge unit, but even at that point, he's not, like, the strongest for it. So I don't know. They got to do something. They got to give the man a little bit more identity, make him a little bit stronger, even if it's a niche strength. My brain thinks Honey Lake, to be honest. Well, not everyone's going to have Honey Lake, but yeah. He's very mismatched. It's an odd upgrade to me. And then all right, chat. I gotta say it. Merlin didn't need it. I said this before the upgrade. I said this before Koyanskaya and Oberon existed. I said it after Koyanskaya and Oberon existed. I said it when people were still asking for it. I said it once the buff got revealed, and I am still saying it to this day. Merlin did not need this upgrade. He didn't. Merlin is still fine, even if you never do this upgrade. He is still really ridiculously good, in spite of it. But now that he has it, I'm going to abuse it. This just basically is another competitor to Koyan of Dark from the buffing standpoint. I think this is why, to me, Koyan of Dark could use an upgrade in like her support capability. I've seen a lot of people arguing for her to get like damage upgrades. I don't really think she needs a damage upgrade too bad. I think she needs better support capability, because Merlin having the same sort of charge capacity and just frankly speaking a much better, more relevant kit is an issue to me. Yes, Cody Sky of Dark still has some niche uses. They're still fantastic. I'm not going to downplay any of that. But yeah, this just sort of like created competition where there didn't need to be. So it was one of those deals where I was like, man, I'm really surprised by this. Animal characteristic one is more her niche. Yeah, I mean, maybe, right? Tutu, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Chat, this is the lady I was just telling you about. If you guys have never watched Tutu, make sure you go watch her. I will be collabing with Tutu later this week when we do the Castoria Berserker rolls for summer upcoming here. Kata got Saber. Hey, nice. Congrats. Was it difficult? %, instead of 30, it got me killed. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to argue that. We were actually, so we just wrapped on the current year's servant strength things. So I just was like quickly going through the servant strengthenings for next year's anniversary with people, and we're on the last day here, and the Merlin buff is what we're currently staring at. And I was telling people that like he truly didn't need it. Yeah, like again, obviously more charge is better, but it was one of those deals where like I don't think Merlin actually needed this upgrade. Merlin was still fantastic at what his intended role was. I think where a lot of this has been pointed that like, oh, Merlin did need this. I think a lot of that's coming from comparisons to Proto Merlin. And I'm going to say there's at least maybe some ground to stand on there. But given the fact that he's a completely different like major card type in terms of buffing, I don't think it was nearly like that big of a deal. It's like if one is Arts and the other is Buster, they don't actually really compete with each other too much. So I don't think it's actually like a huge problem if one is stronger than the other. Today is really hot, melting. Oof, yeah. I've not been wanting to go outside today, so although I had to earlier, I had to go take care of my parents' dogs since they were out of town. A lot of casters could get a buff, sure. But yeah, like, I think, like, the point that someone in chat's making about, like, hey, 20% doesn't work as well in the Koyan Sky system, you're not wrong. That's definitely a point in where, like, giving him this does help him work in a traditional farming sense. My counter to this chat is Merlin does not need to be in the traditional farming scene. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong, chat. The smug mage strikes again. Can't say you're wrong when you're not. I know. I'm sure some people would think that, and to a degree, like even back in the day, Merlin has had some niche inclusions in that, in the same way that like Tamamo has for years as like an arts unit, right? Definitely more challenge oriented, but you could still sneak them into the occasional comp and it would work out. But that's where it's like, yeah, I didn't really see that it was actually that big of a reason, right? Time to get dinner? No problem. Thank you again for the raid, and welcome everybody from Tutu stream. We're actually going to be doing some work on a new player account. So if any of you guys are new players, you'll be able to catch that here in a bit. He definitely needs something, but this is maybe not the right solution. I could agree with that. If you wanted to say like, hey, let's give Merlin another like niche to stand out in, I don't think it would have been like the craziest thing ever. He's certainly a unit that I think like with Proto Merlin coming out, Proto Merlin had some quality of life that he didn't. Giving him just flat 10% charge across the board though is like, bro, it's wild. So again, if anyone's unfamiliar with the Merlin upgrade, What this upgrade did is it basically took his second skill, reduced the cooldown. So now this cooldown actually works in a double Koyanskaya setup in a weird way, but I'm not sure why you would actually do it on him. Either way, it just makes it a nice, more comfy 6-turn cooldown if you lure it. And it basically ends up increasing the party's critical damage now by 50%. So this is on top of his hero creation, and charges the party's NP gauge by 10%. So now he has 30% party charge in his kit. So this is why a lot of people say, like, hey, yeah, now he's competing with Koyanskaya of Dark, and it doesn't work out favorably in Koyanskaya of Dark's usage unless you're going to use her NP to clear a wave. Basically, Merlin ends up being the better buffer in most senses. The exception being that if the character is, again, like something like animal characteristic, or they have a really good like scaling damage buff with overcharge, it can be better to use Koyanskaya. But otherwise, a lot of the kind of favor just goes Merlin's way at that point, and it's not good in that regard. Grand Casper Duel? Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Merlin gets it. To me, he is kind of the clear front runner for that sort of stuff. And then the Crime herself finally gets a damage steroid. It's a little bit of a weird one. She gets charge of child servant allies, which includes herself, if memory serves. Yep, there you go. In stage 2 and 3, she's child. And then fairy tale servant ally by 20% increased in P damage. So again, herself. So both these work for herself, but they also have some party applications. I actually do like this. I think like it's not some sort of like broken upgrade, but it does make her a little bit better in the face of a pretty stiff competition amongst other 4-star casters. And one of the things that Nursery Rhyme has always been good at, to me, has been working in tandem with other units as part of a team. So where she's not necessarily the star, the go-to like hard carry, but she's instead just an aspect of the team. Because she again has like the crit damage upgrade. She has the AoE drain on her NP. That's always just been really, really nice for stall. So I think like giving her party-wide buffs actually does fit her. I think it actually works well with her. And I think it's like, it's not going to make anyone be like, oh my god, I gotta have Nursery Rhyme, I'm gonna go out and roll Nursery Rhyme. But it does like sort of modernize her and bring her into the current era. So yeah, that's your servant strengthenings. To me, the current round of servant strengthenings way better than next year's, but there's still some really nice stuff in these. Definitely not anything to like sneeze at in that regard. I think there's still some great stuff to be had. I think a good buff does not always equate to doing more damage. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think like the issue with why it so frequently ends up being damage is due to the damage scaling issues we have in the game. So a lot of people have a tendency to view it from a damage perspective. And I myself will go ahead and tell you that a lot of units just straight up need damage upgrades. But just because a unit doesn't get a damage upgrade doesn't make the buff bad. And simultaneously, there's other stuff where like they just straight up could have used something different besides damage. An example of this is like if you look at like say the Summer Okitan, or sorry, not Summer Okitan, Summer Okita buffed to her assassin form. Like getting rid of a shit ton of the demerits that she has is a good thing. It's like one of those deals where it's like, yeah, she might be able to use like more damage or more loopability, but she actually, with the most recent upgrade, did become a Black Grail looper. Her biggest issue is that she just has a crap ton of demerits that she really just doesn't need to have, because she's not like appreciably stronger than a lot of her competitors even still. A strange servant idea, alter ego Nursery Rhyme, alter who represents grimdark fairy tales. What if I told you that just already is Nursery Rhyme? Because like that, like not even gonna lie, that basically is like her entire plot point in is it Fate Extra? An extra record, I believe. Her stun only lasts until the turn of the NP ends, right? Sorry, for who? I think people think damage is everything, but some units need consistency upgrades rather than damage, like Iskandar. Yeah, like, I mean, if you look at Iskandar, right? Like, Iskandar's damage has never been in doubt. The issue with Iskandar was always that he didn't have charge. So Iskandar was kind of like a pump and dump one turn chump, or somebody that was gonna like maybe take a wave but buff someone else. And like, there are uses for that, but those uses are not super common. They're not like, oh man, this is it, we figured it out, we now are gonna like sit here and consistently use them. To me, I think a good metric, and you guys can tell me if I'm wrong, right? I think a good metric for where a character should be in terms of their performance is, can the character be improved or upgraded to an extent that they work in the end game? And what do I mean by work? I mean, they can deal competitive damage. It doesn't have to be the best damage in the class. They could be still the worst damage. But what do I mean when I say competitive damage? Okay? So like, let's say you have a unit dealing this type of damage. Let's say you have a unit dealing this type of damage. Let's say you have a unit dealing this type of damage and a unit dealing this type of damage. This unit stands above. It is an outlier. This unit stands at the bottom. It is an outlier. These two, you could consider them to be dealing competitive damage. The issue at play is so much of the game is now balanced around that unit. So to me, competitive is probably this unit. This unit's not. This unit's not. This unit is close enough that they're still in the same ballpark, and they're probably the competitive unit. You don't have to be the best. You just have to be close enough to the top dog that is getting balanced around. And chat, if you don't think the game isn't getting balanced around the top dogs, 90 plus plus and 90 plus 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 and 90 star and 90 star star and 90 star 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 and 100 and 100 plus and 100 plus plus and 100 star and 100 star star and 100 star 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 all beg to differ. we have all of these like insane tiers now that like you have to look at it. You just have to go like, yeah, no, this is the thing. They're absolutely balancing around like Oberon. They're absolutely balancing it around like the Melisande, the Tiamat, the Kukulkan. Like it just is what it is. So when you look at that, it's like units don't necessarily have to deal more damage, but they have to be close enough that one, you don't just go like, why would I roll for any other unit? Or two, you don't just go like, hey, I want to use this unit, but I can't. So if you're sitting there and you've got like a NP5 4-star, you've grailed that unit to 100 or heaven forbid 120, and you can't use that unit in an in-game node, I think the game needs to rebalance that unit. The exception might be if that unit is like non-damaging and they're maybe like more of a support character or something like that. So like, chat, I'm not gonna feel bad if you're like, hey, I can't use Keisuke in an in-game node, because to me Keisuke's not really designed for like damage farming in that regard. He's a little bit more of a hybrid unit. But if you go, hey, I can't use, let's, as an example, hey, I can't use Salter, or hey, I can't use Gawain or something like that in an in-game node, yeah, I think there's some issues, especially if you have a really strong variant of the unit. I do think there's maybe some scenarios where it's like, hey, this is intended to be done by like X character or something like that. So like, yeah, maybe you can't get away with Gawain, but you can get away with like Siegfried, aka Sumanai, because like the node is dragon based. It's like, okay, if that's the case, sure, I kind of understand that. But it's like, oh no, I just can never use the character. The character is never strong enough. I think there's some issues with that. And I think this is a design issue of the dev's creation. I think it's a scaling issue. I think it's a in-game node and content type of issue. And I think this is something that is sort of just a casualty of the power creep that has gone on. Is Melson still the entire Lancer class on JP? My understanding is it basically goes like this. That you have Erish in niche. You have Lartoria in double niche. And then it's Mel. And then it's Lartoria with single niche. And then it's Erish without. And then it's like literally everyone else. That's my understanding of it. I'd have to go back and look at the numbers, but that's like in my head, that's the way it works. So only those three matter? Do they matter? I don't know. That's an interesting idea. Can you farm the node with somebody other than that? So like, I'd wager you could probably still do the node with Roma. I'd wager you could probably still do the node with Karna, assuming it's like one of them can like let's say for instance in Karna's case, like, oh, it's divine. If it's divine, yeah, Karna can probably do the node, right? If you have higher MP levels of Karna can probably do the node. If we start backing it down from there, do I think people can actually do like a 90 plus node easily, efficiently? No, I don't think so. I think that's, you're having to look at like extenuating circumstances at that point. You're having to look at like the unit probably needs to be like multiple MP levels grail type deal. And I think that's asking a lot. Because you guys know, my opinion on this is that you should never have to grail a unit just to get through a node. I don't think that's a thing, right? Didn't realize we were talking farming. Oh, yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, honestly, actually, Ryoma got a lot stronger, so I did forget about him. Ryoma's definitely in that mix. Because Ryoma had the NP interlude that he just got. And it was Ryoma's NP interlude is very similar to like Moriarty's NP interlude. What did I just pop? Whatever. If you think about it, those are all Buster units. Yeah, to a degree. But if we throw Ryoma in the mix, you're good. I think like with regard to the quick units, I'm not entirely convinced that either Burrito Mart or Bradamante has the oomph to do it. Maybe if like you've got like writing niche in play for Burrito. I legitimately thought this was like some Bond spinoff. Because this just sounds like a Bond song. Karna, oh my Grand Lancer tomorrow, nice. Yeah, I mean, Karna just got an upgrade that gave him at least like 30% charge. Very strange that Ryoma got that NP upgrade, but Vitra didn't get anything. Yeah, I don't really know. To me, if Vitra gets an upgrade, she should not be as strong as Ryoma, but she still needs an upgrade. Like, that's, to me, it's like, it's no excuse to like just not give her one at all. This is Reboot, isn't it? That was, yes. Well, Vitra, what makes Vitra strong is her party-wide divine niche, right? So, like, that has uses. So to me, it's like, it's not like Vitra needs to be super strong because she's a party buffer, but I still think Vritra needs an upgrade just to stay competitive. Because right now, let's be honest, chat, Vritra is not competitive. She will get trounced by some of the other units of the class. And I think when that's at play, you're like, hey, that's not good. It's not just they're stronger than her. It's you could double her damage and she would still cease to actually be stronger than a lot of the other options. So there's issues with that. And how do I know that? Go look at NP2 comparisons to NP1. I've been crying for a Vitra buff for a long time since Mello. Yeah. No, I mean, this is, to me, I've been saying it for a long time that unfortunately, again, like I know everyone loves Melisson, right? But like the sins of Melisson are that like they didn't just bring Melisson out and make her strong. They made her so strong that literally nobody has been rolling other Lancers for years now. And I think the devs finally understand that. I think it literally took the devs 3 years before they finally understood, oh, we fucked up. Oh, we simped too hard on this character. We made this character too strong, too capable, and we didn't realize it was biting us in the ass the whole time in sales numbers. Because we just looked at the Melisson sales numbers and went like, hey, these are good. And it's like, yeah, of course they're good. Now nothing else is selling. They simped too close to the sun. Yeah, pretty much. Like, again, it's not like about like, oh, like Cat hates Melisson or anything like that. It's just about like, I've been calling this out since it happened, since even before it happened. If chat remembers, I sounded the warning alarm back during LB6 when we first like got our hands on Melisson. At that time, Oberon and Koyanskaya didn't exist. And I was still saying, this is broken. If she ever gets the capability of starting from zero, we're fucked. And people had already figured out, hey, I can do like a shitty Prisma Cosmos comp on her and get her to that point. So, yes, the damage on something like that wasn't great. And then the other supports came out and all hell broke loose. And it was like, yep, I was right. And it sucks they haven't done much to fix it. Yeah, a lot of it, let's be real. A lot of it is actually like Oberon's fault in that regard, but I don't know. I can still look back at that and I can still go like, man, they really should have just like either just not given Oberon a third skill or made that third skill like half of what it was. You could have simply just not given Oberon's third skill the Buster Up component, and Oberon would still be the most broken support in the game. Even if you like halved the amount of like NP damage scaling off of that skill, it still would be the most broken support in the game. So it's like, at least from damage, right? Like from damage amplification standpoint. But so it's like, if you look at that, you just go like, man, I don't get what they were thinking. It also doesn't help that a lot of single target 5-star Lancers got buffed. Melisson's first 2 skills matched the value of the 3 skills the other Lancers had, if not coming close to it. Oh, before a lot of 5-star Lancers got buffed, yeah. Yeah, no, and you're not wrong. I think, like, looking back at that, there are certain characters that the state they were released in was a mistake. Or the upgrade that they got was a mistake. It doesn't mean that they couldn't have done something similar. It's the values, the actual, like, integers that they assigned to the skill ended up just being like insane, and you really just wonder, like, did anyone actually test this? Because even if they toned it down, the character still probably sells like hotcakes. People still just go like, ooh, I need that, and they roll for it either for meta purposes or just because they really like the character in general. Like, chat, if Oberon was booty butt cheeks and Melisson was like, I don't know, like single target only, people still would have rolled for those characters because people still loved them, right? So at the end of the day, I can look at that and I can certainly use that as an argument to say like, hey, they just should have like made the characters crap. I don't think that's a good argument. I think the argument is instead like they just never should have made the character as strong as they did. So in that regard, if you look at that, you can go like, okay, yeah, there's some problems there. And the result of these problems is now they have had to spend years trying to upgrade the remaining like cast of units to compete. But sort of the damage is done. Pandora is out of the box because we don't have the capability of upgrading the lower stars to that capacity. Like, it's one thing to say, hey, we're going to make a 5-star as strong. Like, for instance, chat, I'm going to use my waifu as an example. %, 20%, 20 more %, 30%. We had to give this character %52 in new modifiers. We had to take this character's damage and multiply it by basically 1.5 times. And that's not exactly how it works, but like, in order to make this character competitive. And what do I mean by competitive? Well, she can beat Ellison's damage, but only when both of these are in play. What the fuck, people? If it takes this much for a 5-star to get to that point, how much do you think it takes for a 4-star to compete? How much does it take for a 3-star to compete? I'll tell you right now, the 4-star is it will never compete. And the 5 or the 3-star and lower is just good luck. Try again in part 2. And by part 2, I don't mean Lost Belt. I mean FGO2. Like, it's so far gone in that regard. They're not going to be able to fix the low stars to really ever be able to do in-game content ever again. At least not from the standpoint of damage output. They could certainly, like, if you were to say take a unit like Mary Anning, she's got like some supportive capabilities. Yeah, you could take someone like that into an in-game node, and they can work as like a third support and something. You're not gonna be able to like sit there and do anything like that in damage capacity, though. You can't take that unit into a plus node and hope for them to clear. They just simply won't. And that's kind of the issue at play. They fucked the damage calculations so hard that they had to scale the content to be able to justify it. And then in scaling the content to justify it, they irreversibly and irrevocably left behind the low stars. Salter could compete if she was a Lancer. Yeah, like there's probably some outlier 4-stars that could still compete. But that's it. They just need to do a Salter buff to the 4-stars. Yeah, just Salter buff everyone. What could go wrong? See, here's the issue with that, right? Like, chat, and I will say this, as somebody that has been a big proponent of the devs and really likes their body of work for the most part, I've always felt like the devs are actually a lot more intelligent than people give them credit for, right? I will just go ahead and say this. I have no confidence that if the devs started handing out Salter buffs to the 4-stars, that they don't trip, fall, and accidentally go, oops, we Salter buffed a 5-star. I have zero confidence. I don't think they can keep it in their pants. I think they would literally just go, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we did the, and then someone does it. And then you end up with Mellison 2.0. You end up with a even further broken unit, and it's like, okay, now we got to do all this again, right? FGO is one of the few gacha games that buffs old units. Yeah. So it's like, I'm happy that they do. It's great that they do. But dear God, they've created a monster for themselves because, like, I don't envy them. I don't want to be in their position. Like, because whoever okayed and greenlit some of these original implementations is like, dude, I wouldn't want to have to balance that. That sounds fucking awful. That's just... Like, could I? Yeah, nobody would like it. I could absolutely balance it. Everyone would hate me. Artoria or Lartoria's buff at Annie? Surely 5-head. Artoria is probably getting the buff at Annie, because not only is it Annie 10, again, I think you have like Salter out there getting some upgrades and love over the years here. And I think you also end up having like kind of this confluence with the HSR collab. Plus, chat. Where was it? I don't think anyone has the picture anymore. There was a leaked image where Artoria's first skill was also another Buster buff. And I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to call this for you guys right now. That first skill is going to turn into a 3-turn Buster buff. On top of the charisma that she already has. And you tell me, chat, do you think it's going to be a 20 or a 30% Buster buff? It could be. I don't know. If you wanted to balance her, it's probably 20% is what you should do. Do you think they'll balance her? Probably not. I don't know. It'd be a 50% Buster buff for Knights of the Round. Yeah, I could see them doing something similar to like Lartoria's upgrade. I could see it. Being a Buster buff against Earth attribute? No, if anything, it should be against Sky due to what Excalibur is. No, my Giga Brain, she doubles Buster buffs on herself. Stop. I can only get so erect. Okay, like, oh, and if anyone's wondering why I have made Alter in the front line, that's why. So I'm literally just swapping for Musashi in the back line. So my Musashi bonds less, my made Alter bonds more. Plug suit, the optimal bond farming mechanic. That's what I'm doing for on NA, yeah. I'm just doing it because we're getting close to. So like after Lancer, I think it's Rider. So I need my Rider, my Grand Rider, to be Bond 10 if possible, just for the Bond C. I've been too lazy to use the plug suit skill. I don't want the 20% enough. Yeah, that's true. The things we do to max Bond points. It's nice to be able to like be back with you guys and be talking about that, because that's kind of the way I've been for years. And then the devs came out and they were like, hey, no more bonding. Bond 15's the bond cap. And I was like, well, that's stupid. So like, again, for the past like 3 years, I've been having to take the stance of like, the devs hate you, don't bond. And it's not good. Like, I said back then, it's like, that's kind of a problem. I don't know why they did that. It was very short-sighted of them. And they thought it was going to get people to roll more units. And I'm like, it's not. Like, people are just going to roll for whatever they want, regardless of bond. I'm still in avoid bond 15 mode. Yeah, if you're on an A, I don't really blame you. If you're on JP, I'd say you should loosen that up, but I mean, there's definitely a stance of like, hey, just try to be as efficiently as possible across the board. And you can actually see my Squirtoria is getting there as well. Chat. Chat, do you think when we finally get Grand Archer, do you think they finally realize that they haven't upgraded the archers at all? Like the single target archers? Do you think they finally figure it out after years? They're gonna be like, oh crap, we still haven't done it. We were supposed to do that 4 years ago. It'll be an AoE fight. Single target archers aren't real. Dude, I would laugh. I would laugh if, like, all the other fights are single target and then we get to the archer one and it's AoE. I would be like, it's confirmed. They just hate single target archers. I really like, at that point, I think I just have to laugh. There would be like, man, I cannot fathom that. There's no way this isn't on purpose type deal. They upgraded Tamlin Tristan. Yeah, that's a thing. Okay, chat. Absolutely timed. Absolute cinema. We have 4 minutes until we are capped out. Are we after 8? We are after 8. It's probably gonna... No, actually, it should have relogged me already. So we get the free FP spin here. You're up to 535 quartz. Because again, I did go back. I did do all of the anniversary missions. So, well, with one exception, and I'm sorry, chat, we're not getting that one done. The one exception is we didn't get the, like, 15 extra quartz for unlocking a class score, because you have to have done all of part 1, all of part 2, and the prologue, and then go in and unlock a class score for that. So, not doing the Ordeal Call prologue is like, yeah, that's a long way off. We're still just in London, so that would take us a hot second. But we are going to focus primarily today on advancing. Now, what I've been doing offline is I've been making a ton of bronze apples. I've also quite literally, like, kind of purchased some stuff out of the Mana Prism shop, particularly some of the remaining things for anniversary. There's definitely some value here in buying our keys because they are very cheap and we get like 3 of them for 50. The problem is I just don't have a whole lot of Mana Prisms, so I'm kind of up the creek a little bit in that regard. And if anything, I should probably be focused on saving for stuff like either my monthly resets, like my tickets, or potentially something like one of these new CEs that are added in. So in that regard, it is what it is. I think one of the other things we can do here real quick is we can come into my mailbox. We can make sure I don't have any other stuff. It looks like we do have some nice juicy rewards here. We're going to go ahead and grab the crystallized lore, the QP, the tickets. Sorry, it's a little bit hard to scroll with my mouse wheel here. We've actually managed to already get several several bond grails on this account, which is very nice. Bond grails are how you increase your bond cap beyond 10, aka Lantern of Chaldea. Everybody refers to them as bond grails. Once you get to bond 10, you unlock a unit's bond craft essence. Usually those craft essences are actually not that good, but some of them have some niche value. But now as we're headed into, on JP, there is the new grand system. There are some additional uses for those bond Cs, so trying to like get them unlocked can be a good thing. But that's at least a decent ways off from when we're making this video. Maybe if you're watching this later on after the fact, you're going to sit there and go like, hey, maybe I really need to do that and prioritize that. But honest to God, it's not a huge concern. You don't need to necessarily prioritize that right off the bat. So, and again, it's going to take you quite a bit of time to even bond up, as some of the earlier nodes you're going to have access to just aren't really the best for bond grinding, really. You'll see some people out there that have the mentality of like, hey, you need to actually sit down and go grind bond. Don't listen to those people. Those are the people that I consider to be kind of insane players. If you're one of those people in the audience, I'm sorry, but this is the truth. You can usually bond grind naturally through doing other end-game stuff. So high-end nodes, we're talking like 90, 90 plus, 90 plus plus. That's going to get you good bond results and good yield. Things like the Bleached Earth nodes, once you start getting to Ordeal Call, are also really nice. You don't have to farm bond efficiency at the expense of everything else. Try to accomplish other goals with your account and farm bond efficiently while you're doing that. That is the sane way to do it. Don't do the, hey, I'm going to go sit on like half cost Fuyuki nodes at 3 AP and like try to like grind it out that way. That's not sane. Don't do that. You'll drive yourself crazy and you'll probably quit the game from it. So again, to me, when you start doing something like that, you're probably doing it at the expense of other resources your account needs. It's not a good mentality that I think of for advancing your account. It's usually people like that are just so hard up for courts that that's the entire reason why they're doing it. And you will get plenty of courts if you play the game and you develop your units and you work on improving them. So don't worry too much about that. Again, like we were just talking about here, I managed to have quite a bit of courts already built up. Some of this is just the anniversary rewards, but you're going to notice the more you play the game, if you log in every day, if you actually play consistently and spend down your AP, quartz is going to start coming in droves, particularly the more you actually get deeper into the game, as you'll start unlocking free quests that you can complete for first time completion. You'll have other milestones that you'll complete. You'll get it from doing strengthenings and interludes. You'll also get it from, again, bonding up your units. So it's just something that's naturally going to happen over time. Okay. So one of the other things, and actually I didn't see if we got everything out of here. Just real quick glancing. No, there's nothing else I desperately need at the moment. So let's go over here, because one of the other things I want to look at is, you know, again, evocation leaves. They've been kind of carrying us with regards to some of our new unit choices. Is there other stuff we need out of here? So there's obviously the possibility of picking up some newer units that I maybe don't have access to. Particularly someone like Shootin' Doji. She's a single target caster. Mysterious Idol X Alter is an AoE foreigner. She's quick. We did pass Samba Kets here as well, who is a AoE buster ruler. And then we also have Nobu Archer, who's AoE buster archer. Elizabeth Bathory, who's a single target buster saber. But if you remember, we already got Hoku Saber, who's single target arts. So anything that's like the exact same archetype, so single target or AoE of a class that you already have, you maybe don't need to go after. If you maybe have like a 3-star or lower variant of that class, it's still probably pretty safe to pick one of these up. But if you have a good 5-star or even a pretty decent 4-star already for that, you can maybe think twice about it. We have Liz Halloween, the AoE Buster Caster. Again, we have Hoku Saber here. I do have some coins as well for Jerker that we could buy. And then there's Shisho Assassin, who actually did recently get an upgrade here on NA. So she's a little bit more usable. She's an AoE quick assassin. So definitely one that I might consider picking up here, since our assassin roster, not too good. She could definitely be a decent option for us. But I think for right now, we're going to focus primarily on getting Hoku Saber's copies just to make her stronger. Should help us out a little bit and allow her to become a stronger sort of carry for this account. And we're going to need those. We're going to need carries to actually help power us through some of the game. One of the big ones for me is, particularly by Camelot, I want to have a good archer online if I can help it. So it is one of the reasons that I've maybe been like, I'm not going to say stalling, but I haven't been like fast tracking the story as much. Okay, so since we got the copy, we're going to come down here to the Noble Phantasm release and combine it just as we always do. And this now makes her NP3, so we only have 2 more copies to buy. Getting the evocation leaves is just something that's naturally going to happen over time. But as you get access to events, you will start to get more of them, as they will be present in the how do I put it, the like future of the account. They will be in the actual shop for the event. Now, some of the events as they come out, like for instance, NA here has the summer event coming up. That one is only Fuyuki locked, so we just have to have had Fuyuki done in order to be able to do it. We're going to progress here on the London storyline in the meantime while I'm talking, and we're going to keep using Mordred for the extra FP. But if you'll remember, there's not a whole lot going on there. I'm actually just going to throw Mordred basically to the back, as we do have Ace here, and I actually did improve Ace. She's level 80 now. We got her 3rd skill unlocked, and I didn't enhance her 1st skill some to get some extra charge out of it. But again, this is going to be one of those things as we look forward into the future of like, hey, we're going to have events that are story locked. The first one coming up here next on NA is only Fuyuki locked. That's perfect for us. We'll be able to do it. We'll be able to grind it. Other events, though, will have deeper story requirements. So it's one of the reasons that you actually do want to advance the story kind of as soon as possible. I knew based off when I started, I had a little bit more time. But this may be something that if you're a newer player, you may want to like get done sooner rather than later so that you don't end up in a bad state. But you can see now we started at 50%. So we now have basically 38% charge off of this skill due to leveling it up a couple times. I think it was base 30, so not the greatest, but not the worst there either. Please experience our story? Yes. So this is going to be another one of those reasons that you want to get the story done, because you want access to these events. Why? Because events are going to be, 1, how you unlock potentially new welfares, if there's one in the event, and 2, so that you can get the event shop. Why does the event shop matter? Because imagine you're doing a node, and that node has various things that can drop from it, like essential materials, skill gems, statues and monuments, you name it. All of that's really nice. A player's definitely going to want that sort of thing. So why then does it matter? Well, basically, in an event, you can still get the clear requirement for a node. You can get like all the rewards you would get from just farming it. Plus, there will be a currency for an event shop. That event shop will have additional materials in it that I'm going to say you kind of get for free in that regard, because you would already be doing the node anyways to complete the event, but this is going to rack up that currency for you, get you access to those shop materials that are just going to help out your account. You can find a whole bunch of stuff in there, from hard to get essential materials to, again, statues, monuments, even skill gems sometimes, that they're a little bit rarer, and various other things like crystallized lores. Bond grails even can be known to be as part of events in certain points in times. There'll be other campaigns associated with it, like login campaigns and various things that you can do to get yourself even more quartz. So it's going to be one of the reasons why, in general, you just want to do an event. It makes the most sense to spend your time doing an event if an event is active. Does that mean that you should always do it at the expense of everything else? Well, no, maybe not, but it's at least a good idea to prioritize the event, usually over anything else, because events are time limited. In FGO, we don't really, at the current point in time, have a system for replaying old events. If I say that, someone in chat's going to be like, wait, Cab, what do you mean? We have the main interlude system. I'm going to counter that for new players. The main interlude system has really not been utilized by the developers for that purpose to this date of this recording. So don't count on that. We'll see, maybe in the future they might allow it, but I think in general, and we actually just got to use Ace third skill here. You can see it did actually give us a little bit of charge there. It's definitely going to be one of those things that we're going to be working on here in a bit. But again, this is something that you need to not count on an event returning. You need to get the rewards and the resources out of the event while it's active, because reruns unfortunately have kind of gone the way of the dodo in FGO. There are still the occasional rerun that gets done, but it's very few and far between. We used to get reruns for every single event. Now we barely get them at all, and it's usually maybe like once or twice a year at most. So to me, I'm going to tell you, don't count on that. Do the event while it's active. Get everything you can get out of it. Yeah, there's maybe some opportunity cost there. Maybe you're not getting to work on advancing story. You're not getting to grind some half cost thing that's currently out. But to me, the event is always the priority, with very, 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 very few exceptions, because usually the event is the most lucrative thing to do. So you definitely want to do that. That's going to be one of the reasons you want to prioritize story and getting it complete. Story also, as you can see, for some of these early things, does actually lock like account progression with regards to like unit upgrades, so there's some concerns about that as well. We are going to keep Mordred in the rotation here just for a little bit. I will actually also slot her in, and we'll have Jerker kind of here on the back line as a backup option. And actually, we'll swap Jerker out here for her, since we know this is all Lancers. Now, because of that, it's going to make a Rash kind of crap. It is what it is. We're still just going to use him to kind of sacrifice himself and keep progressing. Ruins only happen if the players give the devs a reason to think there will be trouble if they don't. I wouldn't say that. I would just say that, like, in general, I think the devs, they haven't said no to ever doing reruns ever again, but they clearly are deprioritizing them and not making it like their mission. And I think as a result, you need to kind of take all that in stride and just say, hey, don't rely on the devs to bail. Don't rely on the devs to bail you out. Do it yourself. Get it done while it's relevant, while it's active. Events usually run 3 weeks in terms of their duration. Most of them, if you are doing the nodes at sort of maximal efficiency, like you're able to like quickly get to the end node for the event and you're able to just sit on that for the 3-week duration, you can usually complete every event in natural AP, as we like to call it. So not having to pop apples, not having to do anything like that, and being able to maintain quite a bit of capability there. What is the exception? Well, the exception is, one, if the event is shorter. So we do occasionally get some events that, for whatever reason, just are not nearly as long of a duration. An example of those would be lottery events. They are usually only like anywhere from 10 to maybe 14 days. So you might get 2 weeks out of it if you're lucky. But the reason why those are shorter is because those are the like insane, most perfect grind opportunity that the game usually prevents. Like allows, per se. So as you go in and you do the lotto event, you get to grind a ton of lotto boxes that give a ton of rewards, and there's no cap to them usually. So that's where it's actually like a good time to go ahead and like use your apples and stuff to be able to replenish your AP and to be able to farm a ton. As opposed to a normal event, you're normally just going to be restricted towards the efficiency of what's in the shop. So there's not going to be like infinite refreshes or anything like that. So generally we want to complete those on Nat AP, as we like to call it, because if you do it on Nat AP, then you will just kind of have a bunch of your apples saved for later for more lucrative types of occurrences. And 2, you will also make sure that you're not wasting your AP usually if you do that. This is what teaches players to log in daily and actually kind of spend their AP, because if they don't do this, they struggle to complete an event without using apples. In fact, I would argue if you're having to use apples to complete an event, usually one of two things is true. One, you're either a new player and can't do the event at, like, peak efficiency, which is fine. Or two, you weren't logging in and actually spending your AP on the event like you should have. That is usually the far more common occurrence, is we see players that either just don't log in for the day, or their schedule prevents things, they fall behind, and they end up having to pop apples. Not the end of the world, but generally I advise people to hoard and save their apples for certain times of the year, like Lotto events, like raid events, where we actually have really good rate of return on AP spent, and complete all other events on that AP. This does kind of gate you, though, as the game does frequently run events, so you will encounter times where you just maybe don't have as much capacity to do things. You will say, like, hey, I really want to be focusing on story, but the game keeps giving me events and I can't progress the story. Well, there may be points at which you just either have to say, hey, I'm just not going to progress for right now, or you may just have to say, hey, look, I'm just going to have to pop apples to get through. All of these things can be true at the same time. I'm going to tell you guys, in general, it's a good idea not to pop apples if you can help it, but it's not the end of the world if you have to, particularly for a new account. It's just one of those things where you're just going to have to kind of live with it, and you just got to make the best of a bad situation. So to me, generally, that's what I like to tell people to do. But again, when those certain more lucrative events comes, it really depends. There are times where it's really a good idea to kind of go after this sort of thing, but there are other times where, like, it's not really worth it, because the, like, end result of hoarding and holding on to your apples is such that, like, you're screwing yourself out of a current opportunity and you're not getting, I'll say, like, maximal value a little bit. So if you find yourself in one of those scenarios, like, let's say, for instance, right now on NA, we had a Lotto earlier this year. There is no sort of summer Lotto. Normally, we usually tend to get like a either summer or fall Lotto, and then a winter Lotto event. That Lotto event in the winter is usually our Christmas event, so you can usually count on that one. But in this case, we didn't get a summer or fall Lotto this year. We actually got, say, a like spring Lotto. So if that happens, we naturally, save our apples up for the spring Lotto. We grind on that. But then what happens when you have, another 8 months until the next Lotto? It's not like 3 months or 6 months away. Well, that's when you can start to go, blushing Mordred, awesome. That's when you can start to go, like, hey, it's just one of those deals where this good opportunity has presented itself. Let's say like a raid event pops up like a month or two after the Lotto. Should you hoard your apples and not farm the raid when you know the next Lotto isn't for like 8 more months? No, you should probably just go ahead and use your apples, because you still have a ton of time to save for that Lotto. So there is some like judgment call that's going to go into this. I can't give you like concrete advice. It's kind of a know your account type of situation, and it's something you'll just get used to as you play the game. But in general, I'm going to tell you there are very lucrative events. If you go ask pretty much any veteran player of the game, they can usually tell you what those good events are. There are some players that will give you bad advice in this game. I can't help you with that. Just in general, I can tell you that if you get on our Discord, you'll usually get better advice. But at the end of the day, there are some people that, they have very different opinions on how to play the game. I'm going to say there's no like 100% right way to play FGO. So you don't have to think about like, oh man, like is this player like lying or gaslighting me? Most of the time they're probably not. It's just how they actually perceive the best course of action to be. But you will occasionally have some scenarios where this is just not going to be the case, and like the player actually does give you bad advice. I can't help you if that's what happens, but I can merely tell you that if you stick to the advice I'm giving you here, you will be prosperous and you will be good. So if you go actually ask them and you say like, hey, like when's the next Lotto event? When's the next raid event? They'll tell you. If you ask them when's the next best time to spend your apples, they might give you bad advice. So don't ask them that. Ask them when the next raid or Lotto is. They can usually tell you. that's when you should probably consider, hey, should I pop my apples for that? And that's a good way of sort of negating bad advice that the community might give you. Because again, people have different stances on like how to pop apples and all of that stuff. My generalistic stance, save it for the lucrative times. You'll thank yourself and you will be much, much, much more prosperous if you do that. Now, there are some scenarios like I talked about, like what if you just don't have a lot of time to play the game? What if your schedule prevents it? You can't log in every day. You can't kind of be as efficient as possible. Well, there's not a lot of help I can give you in that regard. You're just going to have to make the best of a bad situation in that sense. But we can say, hey, the same sort of mentality holds true. Try to hoard your apples as much as you can. Try to save it for those lucrative events. But I get that, like, not everyone's going to have the same set of circumstances as everybody. In general, these are sort of a best practices that I'm laying out for you so that you're good as you move forward and figure out what it is that you need to target. Your account's going to have a lot of requirements for it over the years. You're going to end up needing a ton of resources. You're going to end up really like just trying to get units online and struggling because you maybe can't get a drop or something like that. The good news is the game has a ton of systems to bail you out. So this is one thing that I think a lot of people take for granted. They'll look at FGO and they'll be like, man, FGO is such a grindy game. Why don't the devs fix this? What is the problem? And the answer is FGO actually is pretty darn generous in what it gives out. If you say, for instance, log in every day, you'll get a reward. If you do 3 runs every day, aka your dailies, it could be 3 runs of anything, you'll get even more rewards, particularly even more ascension mats. This is why I tell people it's like FGO is more just of a like marathon than a sprint. You're not going to get places quickly, but you will make measured progress on just about every single day that you play the game, particularly early on. Later on, you'll get to a point where you're kind of like not moving forward very much, and it will feel a little bit like you're in the doldrums. That's where, like, when a raid event or a Lotto event comes around, your account will leap forward based off the number of boxes you're able to do or the amount of, like, bosses you're able to kill in a raid. So there is a lot of value there if you can manage something like that. But yes, it's not necessarily going to be the best type of scenario. Not much I can do here with this. We're just going to have to make the most of a bad situation on my screen at the moment, because I have a level 57 Mordred that is probably not going to kill. Now, I could just end up going with her, but since I popped it, and if we see here, you can see Clarent Blood Arthur does extra damage to Arthur-faced enemies. AKA Saber faces, as I like to call them, anybody that looks like Saber, and you'll know if they have it because they usually have the Saber face trait if you go look them up on the wiki, aka the Artoria face trait. But unfortunately, this one's not going to be that useful for us. We're not going to get anything of value here because there is no Arthur-faced enemy here. We've got Paracelsus. So putting Mordred first is A-okay, as it will increase the buster output of Ace here, aka Morgan, Lady of the Water. This is Ace in her 3rd Ascension. So if you're wondering why she doesn't look the exact same, that'd be why. I need to do my efficiency analysis for the hunting quest coming up after summer. Yes, hunting quest can also be another good opportunity for that, for grinding if you so choose. To me, hunting quests are usually not the best. I usually prefer a raid or a Lotto over a hunting quest, but if a hunting quest has a material that you really just need in droves, it could still be a decent opportunity for you. Okay, so you can see we did not clear either enemy here. The Helter Skelter is still alive, and Paracelsus is basically just a thorn in our side. The good news is both these units have a fairly long wind up for getting back to an NP, so we can try to make the most of that here. I'm actually just going to go ahead and, instead of taking the triple buster chain, which I could for a little bit of damage output, you know what? No, let's go ahead. Let's go with the triple buster chain. I was sitting here thinking, it's like, man, I'm just going to go with Waver, get him a Brave chain, probably get him to an NP, but I think there's so much damage here off of the Mordred crit, it's probably worth it. And it really wasn't, because we only got one of the crits. But at the end of the day, sometimes you just take a risk, make a chance, and it works out or it doesn't. All right, so we get her third skill, which gives everybody guts and does charge the party. I could have delayed that, but I'm reasonably certain that we'll be able to get to an NP and kill within this time period. So we're just going to kind of fire off an arch chain here, try to get everybody back. Mordred's getting pretty close now. We should get some of the waiver skills back. It may be right at the exact same time as the Noble Phantasm. And here we go. They actually hit Mordred, so Mordred got her NP back as well. And so now we're pretty much just perfectly synced up to do it yet again. And that's exactly what we're going to go for here. The Helter Skelter is arguably the bigger problem because it's closer to an NP, but the Helter Skelter should die here from the AoEs. If not, it will be close enough that I can kill it with one card. First Lotto I managed to 3-turn, help my account fast forward its development. Yeah, that's usually such a huge point. There can be campaigns as well that are half cost for your account, and like that can be like half cost Ember Gathering, half cost Training Grounds. It can be like all training grounds are available at the same time so that you can specifically farm all of them, or like a specific one, even though it may not be the normal appointed day for that. And that can be really helpful to you because it can absolutely end up allowing you to like fast track a certain unit. For instance, during the anniversary here, I have absolutely been prioritizing quite a bit of the caster training grounds. Why? I mean, probably like the best 3 units on this account are casters. So at the end of the day, I just kind of got to do what I can. Ooh, a caster monument. And you can see actually, if you click the display button here in the upper right, you will get the amount that you hold. I currently hold 51 gold caster statues, which is actually really good for me. That means I'm definitely getting a little bit of a horde there. The problem instead is I just simply lack skill gems for this class, and skill gems will probably be a problem until we get this account to a Lotto. Did JP get a 100 times friend roll banner? Yes, it did. Or am I misremembering to Lotto pulls? No. JP did. You still have your daily 10 pull that you can do every day, but after you've done the daily 10 pull, it converts to 100. But yeah, if you do get some of those half-cost campaigns, they could also be a decent time, especially if you feel like you have a lot of apples or you just really need the resources. Feel free to go after it. There's nothing wrong with trying to grind at that. My usual general rule of thumb is don't pop apples if you don't have to. Try to be as efficient with your AP. And if you're going to pop apples, do so at a lucrative event. What is a lucrative event? Again, a Lotto, a raid, a hunting quest, or a half-cost opportunity. Those are usually the best times to use your apples. So that's my advice to you guys. If you treat your AP efficiency with seriousness, you will notice it will pay dividends. Not right up front, but down the line. The less AP you waste per day, like just from it sitting at the cap, or again, like you kind of like not doing things you should be doing, like grinding and spending apples on things that you just don't like actually need to care about. The less AP you waste, the more on the back end it's going to benefit you. The more you're going to be able to farm that lucrative event, the more rate of return you're going to get, the more your mileage is going to vary, and the more you are going to advance your account. So FGO doesn't work like a lot of other gacha games in that regard. It's very much about like being smart with your resources and being efficient. There we go. We finally got another Eternal Gear there. Eternal Gears are a really nice resource that start becoming available in London. We're going to need a couple of those. If I remember, I think we have somebody that is locked with Eternal Gears. No grinding bond QP if you're raiding and doing lottos. Yeah, I think like early on in an account, you begin to notice like, hey, I maybe have like some constraints with regards to like, you know, like QP, for instance. Or again, like, hey, I really want to like bond up these characters to get more quartz. But my entire stance has been if you're kind of just playing the game the way it should be, you will get these things. QP is a little bit more like, hey, you might have to go out and get it, but usually it's a similar deal where it's like once people have done like a bunch of raids or lottos, they usually are pretty well off in their QP, and it becomes more about managing when to spend it rather than like, oh, I don't have any of it. There's definitely like needs that your initial account will have. Like for instance, oh man, I really want to get a Rash online and get him working. Yeah, that's going to cause some issues. But if we look at this from a perspective of like, hey, maybe I already have several units of that class up and online, it starts to become pretty easy for us to handle. And instead we end up in a scenario of like, hey, I need to get this unit online, but I don't need it right away. What do I do? And that starts to make things a little bit more palatable. That starts to make it like, hey, now I can actually get the job done in the meantime. So I'm a huge proponent of like earlier in your account's history, try to get like a really good like farmer online. Try to get some of those support casters and other support units online. That way you kind of have like this go-to composition to carry you through a bunch of stuff. You still want to like experiment with the game, try out different comps, try out different characters so that you get a feel for the way the game works. But this is usually the best course of action for your account in the like sort of midterm, is if you can manage to find somebody that is strong and can do a lot of the heavy lifting for you to work in a lot of the nodes. And I'm not talking about a friend support, I'm talking about your own account. It alleviates the burden of getting other units online for you. So an example of this would be like, let's say you had Ibuki Summer, and Ibuki Summer is an AoE arts berserker, and you had some art supports with her, and you were just able to get that set up and get her farming. How badly do you need the next AoE farming unit? Well, you probably do need them, but do you need them right now? Probably not. Do you need them right for the node you're currently farming? No, because you're already doing it with Ibuki. Are you going to need it for the next node? You might. Are you going to need it for the node after that? You might. But this is the idea of you're able to kind of push things down the road and get your account to a capable standpoint, then worry about like, hey, you know, who do I want to get online next? Who do I want to advance? At the current point in time, I don't really have anyone like that. The closest is basically going to end up being Ace here, who is a very solid 5-star, both in terms of damage output and in terms of supportive capability. The issue for me is that, one, I don't really have a whole lot of supports for her, and two, I didn't really get her to a like high NP level. Plus, she is a caster, and casters are not necessarily, compared to some of the other classes, known for their like insane damage output. Ace is probably the best amongst them at that, but we do have some issues naturally that we're going to have from such a stance. So, you know, maybe I am going to look for another AoE berserker or someone like that to get up and online. Or maybe instead I start looking at some sort of, how should we put it, like neutral damage dealer. So maybe someone similar to Ace where, hey, I can find somebody that is almost always neutral against no matter whatever you're going to bring it up with. This is usually done by people taking one of the extra classes. So something like an AoE Avenger or an AoE Ruler, something like that can be, hey, this is neutral against almost everything I'm going to bring it up against, rather than effective or ineffective. And then I could say, this is their baseline damage across the board. As long as I can do this much, I'm good. And so you'll see people that will take that at such a point, and they will try to kind of like have that be their carry. And so this idea of having a general farming composition still can work, even if you're not using a berserker or you're not using some like go-to really strong unit, as long as you have this capability of solving most of the nodes that the game puts in front of you. Now, I'm also going to tell you, in general, with regards to FGO, just get used to, you know, like, especially early on in the game, not being able to, like, 3-turn every node. Usually, node structure is such that you have 3 battles in a row, and there may be a various amount of enemies in those individual waves, but if you manage to, like, get to the point that you can 3-turn everything, you're set. Before that point, you're going to have plenty of times where you're going to 4-turn, you're going to 5-turn. Heck, you're gonna like 12 turn, okay? Don't worry about it. It's not the end of the world. It may be tedious, but my advice, push through it. You'll thank yourself later, and it will suck probably in the short term, but I'm gonna say if like your sanity's on the line there and you're going like, man, I just can't handle this anymore, take a break. Don't worry about it too much. But in general, it's like, hey, try to like get as much out of it as you can, even if it's not necessarily you like min turning and 3 turning the node. Eventually you'll get to the point where you will be able to 3 turn most stuff. There are some scenarios though where 3 turning isn't the best. There are scenarios where it's actually more beneficial to just clear in whatever number of turns you do, but to take like maximum bonus. This is usually in the case of events. Usually you're going to want to load up with as many craft essences as you can for a node. The issue at play here with something like this is that you might not have any craft essences because you might not have rolled the event banner. And if you didn't roll the event banner, there's no problem with that. Just that you're going to have to be as efficient as possible. But if you do have really strong event bonus, you might want to prioritize the event bonus over min turning. Min turning will definitely be like, hey, this makes it easier on me mentally, but at least if you're taking maximal bonus, you'll get more efficiency per point of AP used. So you'll actually complete the event faster that way, at least with regards to your AP. Maybe not time, but AP, you would definitely do that. OG Saber saved me a ton in the early days of my account. Oh, yeah. And one of the things we did is we took Waver as our initial pick rather than someone like, say, I don't know, like Lartoria, who, again, she's a waifu for me that I would have gone after, or like, you know, like Drake or something like that. We could have picked someone like that with the initial ticket choice. But I picked Waver because Waver is objectively the correct choice because he is just a guaranteed support unit that a lot of people will have difficulty getting their hands on a support unit early in their account's history. I can always find AoE units to clear a node. It's difficult to find a support unit because especially the quote unquote meta supports usually have a couple things in common, particularly the fact that they are 50% chargers. So what this means is that they can target somebody else and give that somebody else 50% charge. And actually, I didn't do it with her. I did it with Mordred here in this case and allowed Mordred to fire off her and P. So getting something like that online is huge. And you actually want multiple of these if you can help it. Not like multiple specifically of Waver, but multiple 50% chargers. That's what's going to allow you to start setting up 3-turn capabilities and making it a consistent thing rather than an RNG thing. You will notice there will be times where like, hey, sometimes you'll 3-turn due to like perfect RNG going your way. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you 4-turn, you 5-turn, you 12-turn, right? But at the end of the day, if you're setting your account up long-term by getting some of those not welfare, some of those like meta support casters and other units that are having those supportive skills, you'll notice your account just flourishes because of it eventually. You get to a point where that tipping point is usually around 2 of them, and then when you get 3, you can start to brute force a lot of the 3 turns in the game, which is really, really nice. Waver was a huge game changer for my account when I started. That and things like a Rash plus K-Scope. Yep. Waver's also good because the 50% doesn't depend on skill levels. Yep. Definitely a really, really nice one. So just even having him is already making this a lot better in that regard. So now, again, we could take somebody else here. This is the game's way, I suspect, of telling me I probably have a boss incoming. But I don't care. I will, on the back line, switch out her for Kentoki. And you can see we have a couple of units now that are at max level, particularly these welfare characters. One, because they were either like easy for us to level due to efficiency of like, hey, they have like double efficiency during the current node, or again, just because I had all of the essential materials for them. Welfares are easy because of that, so getting them up and online first can be a really, really nice thing for you. This just appears to be some skill books. Sorry, spell books. I wish they were skill books. So we're just going to quickly arash them down. The mid wave here is going to be interesting because I'll probably have to use my ASK for it. But the end wave is where, like, we're going to have to take it out with Kentucky no matter what it is. So we'll have to be a little bit careful with that. So now if you can look down here, you can see I actually got Kentucky 250%. If I had his skill fully leveled up, this would be an instant 50% charge. I don't, but I'm going to go ahead and pre-pop it. Why? Because the effect is just an NP gauge increase. There's no other additional effect. I don't have to worry about turn duration or anything like that. So this just be popping this and getting it on cooldown earlier. Actually, probably should have done it turn 1. But again, this is like, hey, I'm going to like pre-fire this in order to get the setup for next turn and get it already on cooldown, kind of coming back for another turn should the situation call for it. And you can see Ace in her third ascension here. Her Noble Phantasm is an Elden Ring reference. And it's great. As the creator of the Fate series, Nasu loves to play Dark Souls and Elden Ring. And also the creator of the Elden Ring and Dark Souls series, Miyazaki, loves to play the Fate series. So they definitely play off of each other from time to time, I've noticed. Her whole existence is a Dark Souls reference. I'm gonna be real. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There we go. Kentucky's going to take out 2 of the units. I maybe could have staggered had I planned that a little bit better, but I saw triple quick there, and I just my eyes saw the chain and went for it. I think I did have a Buster card, which probably would have helped out. Just go ahead and card this one down. So again, not a 3-turn, but not a problem either. Like, oh no, it takes me a little bit more time here. Again, don't get so caught up on 3-turning things. It's really not a big deal, and even when you get to end game, even when you're at a point where like you can 3-turn everything in the game, there's still times where, like I said, due to like event efficiency and stuff like that, you'll catch me 4, 5, 6 turning a node rather than trying to 3-turn it just due to like me trying to squeeze out a little bit more efficiency. Usually the more options your account has, though, even when you have like bad craft essences equipped for the event to increase the efficiency, there's usually still ways you can manage to 3-turn a node in spite of it. Okay, we still have casters in here. I am going to swap for Mordred. Basically, he will be on the back line still if we need it, but we're going to just keep prioritizing AoE here to speed up the clears. I'm clearing Stormpod nodes 7 turns for max bond. Yeah, it's absolutely something you can do. And see, like, in that case, you're going to have to do the Stormpod node anyways. So getting max bond out of that, it's not a bad draw. It's like, hey, you know, the counterpoint to like people telling you it's like, oh, you've got to go like farm bond constantly. It's like, no, you really don't. Not if you're doing things like that. So Kentucky Rider doesn't have a bust. Still a pretty good, solid god unit. Dead simple. Yeah. There's this concept of having a grocery list of effects on some of the skills in FGO, as you can see. Just because you have a grocery list of effects does not necessarily make the skill good. And similarly, just because you have a simple list of effects doesn't make a skill bad. Some of the like best units in the game still to this day have very simple effects. A classic example of one of them, as I like to call it, is Squirtoria, aka Archer Artoria, her summer variant. She's a very, very simple kit, and she is still very effective at everything that she does. So there is something to be said about more does not always mean better. There we go. We got Waver already to bond 6, so he's already kind of he's past his first initial 5 bond levels. With regards to FGO, your first 5 bond levels are kind of that like, hey, you should get everyone to this point, because getting a unit to bond 5 might unlock interludes, it might unlock strengthenings. After that, it's all about like, hey, just additional rewards. So you can see we got 3 Saint Quartz for getting him bonded up more, and we got some servant coins for him. This is actually going to be one of the only ways you can get servant coins for units outside of rolling additional copies of them. So for 5 stars, this is going to be your bread and butter for getting servant coins, unless you're somebody that likes to spend money on the game. Usually bonding is going to be slow, it's going to be a little bit painful, but that is one of the mechanisms. And again, you can prioritize certain units with your bonding. You can try to get the coins specifically for them. If you really want the like additional appends or additional ability to grail a unit beyond 100, there is that possibility of needing to bond the unit in order to get it. So this is where some people are, it's like, hey, what do you mean, CAD? Like, bonding is super important. It is. It's just like, there's a point at which people will prioritize bonding at the expense of literally everything else in their account. And it's like, yeah, you might, I've seen people that have like a 120 on their account, and they don't have like 10 other units even leveled up. And I go like, okay, well, can that 120 carry you through everything? It could probably carry them through a lot, but it probably can't do everything. So I have to look at that, and I have to go like, they kind of shot themselves in the foot with such a decision. They made their account gimped in order to prioritize like this one unit that they just really preferred above everything else. It doesn't make the unit bad. It just means the timing of the choice could have been better. They could have put off doing that until their account was in a better spot, and they would have probably been the better beneficiary of that sort of thing. You can see Waver is pretty much just in our accounts lineup all the time right now. Why? Because he's charge support, and charge is meta in this game. Always kind of has been, always kind of will be. The only times that it maybe isn't is if you can get it done with carting. Carting does have that RNG aspect to it, so a lot of people will prefer NPs, aka Noble Phantasms, to handle the waves. And again, even then, even in the case of a carting unit, sometimes they need to get to their NP to pop off, because maybe like the Noble Phantasm will give them like crit buffs or something like that. So there's still a lot of like value to be gained. Yes, this is a new account. people are wondering how my waiver is just getting to bond 6. Again, my waiver on both my NA and my JP has been bond 10 for a long time, so this is like, oh, he's already bond 6. Yeah, that's not surprising to me. He beat Arash to bond 6, chat. Like, this is just how it's gonna be. Waiver's probably gonna be the first bond 10 unit on this account. Because again, he's just going to take priority in like being in most of the compositions, no matter what I do. And that will probably only change when I get more supports to the point that I can begin to rotate Waver maybe out of circulation. So we could take Jekyll and Hyde here, but I know how Jekyll and Hyde is, so I'm not gonna. Jekyll and Hyde is the epitome of a unit that really needs a lot of work. He's a really interesting and cool concept, but the devs have not taken care of him well over the years. And he's one of the few units in the game that can actually switch his class. So he starts out as an assassin, and he switches to a berserker. Unfortunately, it's not implemented very well, so there's no ability to like switch back. There's really just a priority for like using his skills in the berserker form, because they're just straight up better in the berserker form. So it kind of gimps the unit. It doesn't make it very effective to use. You'll still see people that can do some pretty funny stuff with him every now and then, but he is the epitome of a unit that's like not really worthy of the investment early on for anybody. He doesn't really work very well, and the devs really need to take a long, hard look at him again, even after all these years, and try to like figure out, hey, is this really what we want to do with him? Is there maybe something we could do better? We got 3 enemy wave here. I'm just going to kind of prioritize Ace here. Just let her fire her and P. Classic overworked waiver. Yeah, there is the meme in FGO of overworked supports. That is, supports are kind of always going to be in your party compositions because of how strong they are. The supports are usually what are amounting to a force multiplier. They are what are going to just magnify the amount of like capability that your unit has. So you guys don't even realize it, but like in this regard, one of the reasons that my units are probably hitting harder than they otherwise should is because I have Waver here. Waver is just giving them all an attack buff. And yes, Ace herself is also giving us all quite a bit of charismas, but some of these are only applying if we are lower in health. So you can see how some of them are grayed out there. That's one of the reasons why. I'm going to card this out because 6k is not too much. You either have an assassin with no NP or a berserker with no NP. That's Jekyll and Hyde. You're not wrong. Bring Setheno, you can't make me. Setheno's a like decent divine ally support, but as far as like your go-to assassin, I don't really like Setheno for that. Okay, we're getting forbidden pages. We definitely need a ton of those because forbidden pages are a very infamous material for a lot of casters. And like we said, we already have like 3 really good casters on this account, so we need forbidden pages basically out the hoo-ha. This is all Saber enemies here. Could probably put in something like Jerker in our backline, but really not a huge deal. We're not close to the end yet, I think. Didn't someone in chat say that this is like 14 chapters for London? Probably shouldn't have selected his card, but these are actually like sabers that Arash is effective against, so he will kill them. Okay, just going to kind of keep rolling right through. And you can see I'm making effective use of the story support. A lot of the times this would not have been a good thing to do in the past, but there was an upgrade that they did to all story supports kind of retroactively a couple of years ago that actually put 50% charge Cs on all of them. Before, they would have had nothing, so they were, I'm not going to say unusable, but not really a good choice to use. Nowadays, you can kind of get away with still like kind of using them effectively if you have someone like Waver. It made them so much better. Yeah. But then it was still waiting on JP buff that makes her a decent general buffer. I mean, again, like if you have divine allies, she's pretty darn good. But for everyone else, yeah, I can see that. And again, I can't reiterate this enough, but please make sure you read the story for FGO. It is fantastic. Obviously, for following along with stuff like this, I'm not really playing it, but that's because I've already read through it. Let's just stagger cards here. Again, Rash actually effective here. We know his effective damage range is somewhere in the like 30k. So you can see, there you go. He's dealing about like 30, 35k to each of these. So nothing really to worry about unless we see an enemy that has that kind of value there. Go ahead and pop Mordred's Buster up. She's probably going to need it here. And again, the goal here is basically to get through London, try to get ourselves into America. Each of these singularities that we complete, obviously we get the rewards of story completion for doing it. We're also getting more seedlings for making blue apples, so if you need to store up some of your AP, you can do it. We're also going to keep leveling up from doing that. But on top of that, we're going to be unlocking new story locked units. That could be even units that we could roll in the FP gacha. It can also end up being access to new buffs. and various things like, again, hey, if an event requires story completion of that point, there you go, you'll have it done. You won't have to like advance your story progress to be able to participate in that next event. And you can see here, so there is no story support. So in times like these, I have a couple of options. I could try to take another supportive unit, like say Castoria here, or I could try to take a hard carry. I think this is usually a good idea to take a hard carry. So we're going to take this NP5 level 110 Gilgamesh with a K-scope. Should do some solid work for us. I'm going to back slot our Jerker here. We've kept her out of the party for bonding purposes a little bit so that we don't prioritize her too much here. But again, I'll put her in the back line just in case we need it. If we sat here and read the actual story, it would take months just for main story content. That's not a joke. Oh, listen, I'm just making it easier on my editor at this point. Who did you pick for anniversary CE? Oh, on this account. Ah, that's a good question. I don't know that I've picked one. I'd have to go look. We did do all of the memorial quests, so thank you. You probably just reminded me and stopped me from making a grievous mistake. Anniversary Cs are commemorative. They're usually not like a big deal. Obviously, you want them for the art, so people do really like getting them. But in terms of gameplay value, they have almost none. So it is what it is. Though I can definitely start like adding some of them to the backline, getting maybe like 50% like, or not 50%, plus 50 to like, you know, master experience or mystic code experience or whatever. So we can see here. We have a Helter Skelter, which is unfortunately not a servant. You'll be able to tell because it'll say servant on it. This is literally just a saber enemy, and it's a danger enemy, which usually indicates that you should pay attention to it. But at the end of the day, we're just going to kind of go ahead, pop our stuff here. I could use Gil's third skill here to soak more of the stars, but this is also his charge skill. So we ain't going to do that. Instead, we're just going to give him the attack up for some extra additional sort of charge here, or damage capacity here. And then we're going to end up firing off his NP and putting his arts card third. We actually, if we really wanted to, I could have pre-carded the NP with the other arts card to make his third card give even more. But something tells me between his own charge skill being at 30% and Waver's 40% remaining charge that we will probably have enough. And we didn't. We actually came in pretty low there. I'm actually surprised by that. But it didn't matter because we still killed anyways. NP5 Gil gonna NP5 things. You can see just a hefty helter-skelter boss there. But this is going to be one of the reasons why, like, hey, you know, like, you're sitting there thinking, well, do you really need to get an archer online if you can just take a friend support? There will be times in the story that you cannot take a friend support. You're going to have to get the job done with just your own units. That's one of the reasons why I tell people it's a good idea to like have a well-rounded account for yourself. Yeah, we're gonna go with Pingan here. Take the Ibuki. I sat there thinking about, like, could I get away with Morgan? It's like, well, some of these might be man. Some of these might also not. And Ibuki is super effective against Earth traded or Earth attribute enemies, so she might actually be the better use here, especially for up against, I believe homunculuses are Earth. I'd have to double check. They may be man. So we have an interesting thing here, and I'm actually going to try for it. We're going to try to card this out since we have a level 100 Ibuki, and it's going to work. Basically, I skipped having to use Noble Phantasm on turn 1 here, so we're going to get a Rash to rotate, bring somebody else in. And let him kind of just fire this off here. He'll easily kill the Helter Skelter, and he should mop up the 2 assassins, but even if he doesn't, we have the cards staggered so that he'll still kill. They are Earth, thank you. Sometimes I'm playing completely off of memory. Wyverns are earth, gnomes are sky attribute. Yeah, or golems, not gnomes. Don't ask me why that is. I have no idea. Like, I can come up with like maybe some lore excuses, but it's still not like a good idea. So the reason I went berserker here is because I saw this like mixed nature of the node. And I said, well, if I take a saber against this, it'll kill that and it'd be neutral. That'd probably be my second best option. But berserker is just effective against everybody. So just take it and laugh. There we go. Easily enough damage. Didn't even really have to do too much buffing there. Because we're still at a point where like most of these characters are just overkill for this content. We're actually getting some decently effective stuff. Probably going to put us in a story node here. Sky doesn't mean flying, it's closer to divine. Yeah. And earth doesn't actually mean of the earth. It just usually means like something supernatural that's not divine. Like monsters and things like that. Ah. Right. These are limited by story. So that's an interesting one. But I'm fine, because I can still take Mordred. And Gray. Doesn't matter who you pick. Pick the ones that you want. It's just commemorative for units that you like in that regard. But just to show you here real quick, it'll give us the pop-up as we receive them. So you can see if you look at it, it's like, oh, gain 10 friend points when used as a support. Stackable. But like in this particular case, it has to be used as a support. So me putting this on any of my units, it literally doesn't help me. I get nothing from equipping this CE in my own backline. So if I missed out on this, it wouldn't have been the end of the world. But we'll still pick it. I kind of associate Earth with fictional creatures. Yes. Yes, that's usually a good way of thinking about it. The same deal, no story support. As you can see, we've kind of lost access to our story support, so no more free FP abuse from that. Oh, this person has a Mama Raiko, and they've done the recent anniversary upgrade for her that gives her charge. Definitely solid. Unfortunately, this charge is only 30%, so if it were 50%, we could maybe get her back to a second NP, and I could show that off, but can't do that here, so. Actually, that's not true. I could maybe still do that, but. Yeah, why don't we? So we're just going to go ahead and fire off Mama Raiko's NP. I didn't press any of her skills. I'm not going to need it. It's an NP5. So again, Noble Phantasm level usually does increase the strength of a unit. Not guaranteed, though. Definitely depends on what type of unit it is. Usually with an offensive unit, a damage-dealing unit, it will. Now, again, just taking a look at this, we can see Mama Raiko's Buster card effectiveness is 3 turns, so this will last multiple turns. I don't have to care too much about it. And it will apply Evade for 1 turn and increase her NP gauge. Now, the issue at play here is we can NP with a Rash, and he can kill, but the Homunculus is going to cause some issues. Thankfully, glancing over at the cards, we see we have some Mama Raiko cards. So we're just going to go ahead and pop that. I'm also going to pop her third skill that also has 3 turn durations on it, and gives her extra effectiveness against... basically sky and earth attribute servants and then demonic enemies both simultaneously, and that can stack. But Yeah, he trivialized it. Brute force is fun. Yep. Eh. Now you might be thinking, oh no, he has no more waiver skills. Well, this time I didn't use the Mystic Code charge. So now I still have enough. So there is basically managing to charge a unit enough to get 2 Noble Phantasms out of them. And that's a very frequent thing that you're going to see. This is sort of the prototype to what we consider to be looping, which is firing off a Noble Phantasm multiple times with the same unit. It's a very common tactic in FGO. We did manage to get a Lancer gem off of that. Definitely nice as well. Still a couple classes we're looking for a more solid carry in at the time being, but worst case scenario, we can make do with our 3 stars if we have to. And even then, sometimes 2 stars and 1 stars are good. Like, keep using a Rash in just about every single node, and he's a 1-star archer. Go ahead and take Morgan here, just for shits and giggles and to mix things up. You'll notice Berserker is, ironically enough, probably the class that we have seen the most variety out of here in this run. And the entire reason for that is just because Berserkers are effective against a ton of different units. So it's really to your benefit to kind of abuse them. You'll see a lot of people that'll say like, hey, don't run Berserkers for everything. I do agree with them. You definitely shouldn't. You should try to take a standpoint of trying to like understand the actual class triangles, what's effective against what, and who works where. But for me, somebody that already knows all of this, Berserker's just a really effective Swiss Army knife for me, and it just works really, really nicely. So feel free to follow along and do such a thing if you so choose. This is only a 2 out of 2 nodes. We're just going to go ahead and send Roadless Camelot here as we just kind of hit them with 50 Shades of Morgan. And you can see she actually does an overcharge buff to the party. So if you have to do multiple Noble Phantasms in a row, putting Morgans first is actually really beneficial, as it can give overcharge buffs to somebody else. And that's actually the entire premise behind a composition that's one of the best challenge comps in the entire game. It is sort of the Swiss Army knife of challenge comps. They didn't make Berserkers, if they didn't want me to run Berserkers, they shouldn't have made them so cracked. Yeah, I think that's one of the issues that we have, is that Berserkers are just really, really strong. They kind of always have been in the game. The devs have not done very much to actually like counter that. So they bring it upon themselves sometimes when they do such things. But Berserkers are sort of the like counterfoil to a lot of the other classes. If the Berserker is stronger than your like class in its effective niche, the class probably has a little bit of issues and needs to get some buffs to some of its key units. But I'm not going to say we don't have that in the game. We definitely do. There's at least one class that comes to mind. Chat knows. I was talking about it earlier. But definitely there's some scenarios where like, hey, it's not like the only way. Now, unfortunately, because I'm not running Plug Suit here, I can't choose who comes in from the back line. It's just literally going to be the next unit I had in slot, so I would have had to have chosen that beforehand. But this is an interesting one, because you have this high health Helter Skelter, but this is only the first of the second battle, so don't be confused into thinking like this is a boss battle right here, because this one's, ironically enough, not. So we're just going to kind of play it safe, take a glimpse at what we have in the next wave, by just taking it slow here and carding this out. This is the safer play. We don't know if there's a boss around the corner. It could just be that I just absolutely got like bodied by kitting out for the wrong thing. And that's probably the far more likely like scenario, but it is what it is. Now I could heal because we do have some units that have gotten chipped. But if you guys remember, Ace's second skill there actually does provide firepower to the party depending on the percentage of HP they are missing. So in a weird way, getting the HP of the units lower is to my advantage. Assuming they don't die. And you can see we still have one more turn here, so he'll get to his Noble Phantasm on the next turn, but probably not gonna like actually kill us, so we should be fine. Say probably not, because depending on how low we get it here, we may have to take some extra measures, but it looks like we're gonna get him pretty decently low. There are scenarios though where you're gonna have to watch out for charge. Some units do have charge skills, and it's not just always going to go one charge per turn. You will have scenarios where like, oh, the unit quick charge to its NP. You really got to watch out for those. Those are the ones that will actually get your entire party killed and like wipe your team. So we're going to slot basically Mordred's quick card there first. I'm actually just going to go ahead and pop the stars here for additional star gain. It's me a little bit more on the cards that I want, but not too much. We're basically just going to go for raw firepower. This is going to fail. And somebody here is getting ulted. And it's Waver. Unfortunate. Not the end of the world, though. I'll just let it pass. I should have probably popped some of my charisma buffs there to make sure it happened, but it didn't. But now as a result of this, we do actually end up with Jerker in the party, and I get to abuse this for a triple arch chain. So never punished, I guess, as this just works out in my favor in a weird way. Particularly depending on what could be around the corner. So we have a pretty high HP Babbage. That's not to my advantage. But we're just going to go ahead. We're going to pop Ace skills here. We should have a little bit of protection here for her, and we should be able to get her to a Noble Phantasm next turn. So we're just going to kind of like go through the paces here and try to keep everybody active. I'm going to do that because I think she's... Well, she should get the charge per turn. No, we should still be fine. She should still get to an NP next turn. Actually, no, she definitely would have. I could have gone with another ace card. So didn't handle that one appropriately. Sometimes if you just stop and think about it, you'll figure it out, but I'm always in a rush since I'm making content, so I end up like forcing myself to make a choice, and then I go like, ah, man, I should have made that choice right after I made it. Okay, now Ace at least has the invuln, and now Babbage has invuln. This is deeply unfortunate. You can see it has 1 turn duration. Sometimes you'll have like 1 hit or 2 hit or 3 hit durations instead of turns. Those can be like brute forced your way through, but if it's 1 turn, unless you have buff removal or invuln pierce, you're not getting through that. So we'll just go ahead, pop this, give everybody their charge back in that regard. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna like kind of heal the rest of the party since it's not gonna affect Jerker. But realistically, not much I can do here for this. I can go ahead and pop her attack buff. Ironically, it would not help, except for the fact that I'm going to abuse it to stack some burns on him. And dot damage can actually go through things like invulnerability. There you go. So again, afflicts burning to that. And now we're just going to go ahead, fire off the Jerker NP, and she will easily handle. Definitely not the best I have ever handled a node. This is a 9 turn. Could have handled it way, way better, but going in blind, this is going to happen to me some. Hello, Moons. How's it going? Finished dinner, and I'm very full. What'd you have for dinner? Okay. kicked the stream right out of him, pretty much. Oh, the Steam. Never mind. I thought you were referring to like us, and I was like, well, yeah, I guess we did, but yeah, the actual Steam out of him makes sense. Yep. So we get even more Eternal Gears. Definitely nice. We're on section 11. You can see we're kind of suffering at this point because we don't have a good, like a better scaling archer online. Arash is great for farming, taking out low HP waves. But in terms of like actual damage capability, not the best. And this is definitely something to be wary of in that regard. Not a whole lot we can do about it at the time, but we can start to try and prioritize other units to kind of help us out. Also 10 FP when used stackable. Sorry, just taking a glance here through some of my CEs to see what is more available, more effective. As we are getting to a point that if the game just keeps throwing sabers at us, I'm not going to say we're going to struggle, but we're going to need to do something. Now, this one's not terribly high health. So I think this is a good opportunity to just kind of card our way through it. Unfortunate. Rash is not going to do 5.4k. I stand corrected. And this is enough to actually charge Rash. We don't even have to use his like the Mystic Code on him. Just gonna go ahead and pop that, but it shouldn't matter. Just be able to send this NP, and this is an easy clear of this one. Now, these were zombies. If I had taken Nitocris into this node, I would have potentially been able to just kind of farm her out. But you'll notice I'm not currently running Nito in the comp, and I'm not doing that very often. One of the reasons why, I know for a fact Nitocris is a very effective farmer due to her death procs. So I'm actually deprioritizing her right now to kind of reserve some of the bond. Obviously, I'm not going to be getting a whole lot of bond right now anyways, but you can see units like Waver already up here, already bond 6. So the more I'm using a unit, the faster I'm going to bond progress. And you might be thinking, why wouldn't you want to bond progress? Purely from a standpoint of I want the unit to be bonding effectively as much as possible in the future, especially in a unit that I know that I'm probably going to have to use a ton. JP does have a solution to hitting max bond now. Prior to this point, NA currently doesn't have it, which means that you can bond a unit up to bond 10, unlock their bond CE, and then have to start using bond grails on them. In that standpoint, you can only get away with utilizing basically like, how should I put it? Yeah, we're going to leave her in there for right now. Actually, we're going to swap her out, and we're going to take you. That. But basically we could end up in a scenario where like, okay, now we're having to use bond grails on units, but we can't maybe either get bond grails because we don't have them early on in our account, or we maybe go like, hey, now I've used all my bond grails. I've gotten this unit to bond 15, which is the maximum in the game at the current time. And go like, well, now I don't know what to do. I can't like progress this unit any further. And so if you end up in one of those scenarios, it gets a little bit spicy. Let me see if I can pre-card here. I doubt it's going to matter. But just trying to get a little bit of extra charge there. We did get 10%. But in those scenarios, you're just going to have to kind of like accept it and say like, either I'm going to use the unit at bond 15 and they're not going to gain any additional bond, which is kind of a dud. You don't necessarily want to do that. But we do have like, for instance, Mash in our backline who's not really gaining any bond right now because of that. But you will have scenarios where this happens, and you just have to go like, okay, do I value using the unit more, or do I value getting bond more? And you're just going to have to kind of like make up your mind. There's not a whole lot you can do in that regard. You're just going to kind of have to accept it. But it is something to be wary of and to try to prevent if possible. Now on JP, though, like I said, they have a fix for this. They literally end up having, and I actually just FYI pre-carded there with Hoku Saber to get a little bit more charge for her. But they do actually have a means of which now on JP of being able to have bond overflow. So if a unit is at bond 15, they give some of their bond points to the rest of the party. That is not a perfect solution, but it is at least an acceptable one, and it's one that I think a lot of people are happy to have because it means that they can start using their bond 15 units again without having to worry about kind of just, you know, gimping themselves for actual bond point acquisition. Wait, what? Fall? What are you talking about, Moons? I just saw what you said about Magic the Gathering. I'm afraid of LB7. What's got you afraid of it? LB7 is fun. Eh, Fun could be relative if somebody has an unprepared account, but I would say that, like, in general, yeah, it's not as bad as some people would make it out to be. So I could put a Lancer, but we don't really have a Lancer leveled up, so we're just gonna slot Jerker in here in the back line and probably do something like this where Jerker comes in. Given that this is archers, we're gonna need Lancers. We don't really have a Lancer online with this account yet, so we're just gonna prioritize some of our best units and make it work. I was coaching her against my brother. Oh, okay. I thought it was like you were sick and you couldn't touch the cards, and then I was like, wait, then why were you like touching your grandma? Then it's like, wouldn't you just get her sick? It's like, so I was like deeply confused about what you were saying there for a second. I got you, Eric. I mean, when in doubt, try, and if you fail, you can always go back. My advice is to get a lot done with some of the like lesser used units of your account, and remember that you can that's one of the few scenarios in the game that you can actually just straight solo. You do not have to equip 3 units in order to do the run. So I could NP here. And I think I will, because it's just kind of out of the effective carding range, especially since I don't really have her leveled up. I just wanted to phrase it weird. Okay. Glad to know that that's all you were doing. So don't really necessarily have the right stuff for this, but we're going to make this work. And you're going to see how. So again, with regards to a single target unit, when you have an AoE wave, this doesn't make the whole sense. I could potentially work in Ask's 100% crit here, but instead we're going to pre-card, do the Noble Phantasm to take out the next enemy, and then postcard with Jerker here. And this is how you can get the job done with just 1 unit. So you can see she easily killed the first enemy. Noble Phantasm takes out the second, and each one of these acts as a break in the chain, which allows the target to change and reprioritize. You can see the quick card there was just not enough, but the extra card does it easily. It might not have looked it because that unit was sitting at 37 HP for a while, but that's just because she was doing her wind-up animation in the extra attack. There we go. We level up yet again. And we use story together, so boo. Is he afraid of LB7 as well? It's really funny because over the years we've had people afraid of LB5, LB6, and LB7. No reason to be afraid of story. Just try it. If you fail, you fail. You can always go back and do it. Ah, excellent. Question mark node. What could possibly go wrong with this? Just gonna send ourselves in blind. We got plenty of AP to spend, so if this is not the fight that I think it is what it is. Buster, thank you for the follow. But that Demeter scares me. Demeter works on a 4-turn cadence. If you know what the cadence is, definitely helps things out. Usually you want to take units that are riders against her for obvious reasons. Canis is kind of your enemy in that fight because you're forced to take her and she's not really effective in any way. So it is what it is. Demon God Barbados. Hey chat, everybody recognize Barbados? If you're unfamiliar with Barbados because you're a newer player to FGO, Barbados is how should I put this? One of the game's most lucrative enemies that has ever been seen in the history of the game. Is because he was available during a couple of raid events, and people got to farm the ever-loving crap out of him, and he dropped things like Hearts of the Foreign God that people absolutely needed. So yeah, people just farmed the ever-loving crud out of him, and used it to great advantage. So you can see here we're actually effective against Barbados with our casters. We're going to also use that to our advantage. And we are gonna go ahead and pop some stuff here. I think I'll hold off on the attack up for now. I could have dropped her arts card in to get to the NP, but something tells me I'm gonna get to the NP anyways. Crazy that Grand Duel's power creep Barbados loot rates IMO. Is it? Because Grand Duels require the storm pods, at least outside of their initial release. So. Here we go. Barbados has put me on fire and debuffed me, but it's not gonna go well for him, man. He looks different. Did he beef up? No, it's just my account looks like crap in comparison now. There we go. Only 46k. Not good, actually. I thought she was going to do a little bit more than that. She might only be like semi-effective here against Barbados. Barbados drains, because Barbados is kind of an asshole. Barbados do be charging, though, and I like that. Actually giving us just the right amount of charge here. Actually, just the wrong amount of charge. Have to use the 30% charge on this. We're just going to go ahead. We going to send it. I will do a Mighty Chain. Get Ace her Mighty Chain ending in an arts card that should give her quite a bit of NP gain should this not kill. And it does. Jerker, yet again, undefeated against these bosses. Just easily bodying all of part 1 so far. There we go. Got a beefy, wacky, waving, inflatable tube man to beat up there. And, not too bad. Yeah, Barbados is a fan favorite, wacky, waving, inflatable tube man. Have I seen that FGO 10th anniversary bingo card on Reddit? No, I don't really pay too much attention to Reddit anymore, unfortunately. Reddit kind of did that one to themselves, but Lancer, yes. Wait, chat is this the fight? It should be. Oh boy. But why? What's so cool about the bingo card on Reddit? What did they add to it this time? I mean, it's been a thing that they've done before, so it's not surprising. Ah. This is not the fight. Just stagger cards here. Arash is not going to kill these, so I'll be lucky to kill like even 2 of them. It's the fight? I don't think this is the fight. We're not in the right location. Chat will know when we're in the right location. Also, because we haven't fought a certain somebody else yet. Gonna stagger the cards here, go for a mighty chain. And it works. Oh, really? Yeah, I guess because I don't have it leveled up yet. Gonna send that. She should kill the low health enemies, but if she doesn't, we'll still have some decent damage. I actually probably could have put her in P second, but oh well. A bunch of hyped up to set expectations too high. Pretty much all the unrealistic things you can expect. Okay, somebody send it to me. I'll react to it. I will gladly react to this. I sent the bingo card in FGO chat. On the Discord? Okay, let me quickly look it over. Just to make sure there's no, like, spoilers here. Okay. There's your bingo. Repeat old events via main interlude. I wish, right? I don't think so. New playable Grand Servant? No. No, like this could have been a thing if you had asked us this last year. We could have said like, hey, maybe this was a possibility, but now with the Grand system being released, this is not a thing. Unless the way they're meaning this is as not playable for like you and I, where it's like, oh, there's a unit that you roll for and they are a grand unit. They come as an existing grand. It's like now that we have the grand system, we know that will never be a thing. Whereas this was a theory for years, right? People were like, oh man, we might get like a 6-star or something like that as well. But no, as it currently stands, that's not going to be a thing. Unless they're meaning like, kind of like how Indra might come out and then simultaneously be the Grand. Yeah, I guess in theory that's possible, but I'm going to chalk it up to it's probably the first one is what they're thinking of, and no, I don't think that's a thing. Tsugihime collab? I'm sorry, chat. No, that's not a thing. You're not getting that at all. Fate Strange Fate collab event. Probably not. Like, and the reason I say probably not is I think the odds are against it just due to the way that Strange Fake has been handled. But we'll see. FGO Part 3. Man, like, this is cope, but I'm right there on this cope. I actually think, like, so far out of these, this, ironically enough, is probably the most likely of this top row to get mentioned. Nearly 1,000 Saint Courts. No. This is wrong. This will... I'm not even kidding you, Chad. It will probably be 1,000 Saint Courts for the 10th anniversary. Like, I think this is, like... This is too obvious of one. If it's not 1,000, oh well. Like I'm not gonna get butthurt about it, but this is like, to me, this is an easy W for them, and I won't be surprised to see them do it just to like make everyone go like, oh my god, this anniversary is amazing. Increase the party slots to what? Let me explain to you why this one is just pure nonsense. Chat, let's increase the party slots to 7. Are we going to increase the party size? Like the actual cap limit? Like the amount of points? We're going to change that? No? Then everyone will complain about this. Everyone will be like, oh, I can add a new unit, but I can't fit anyone. So unless they're going to touch the cost, this will just never be a thing. Literally never. This is a complete, like, non-starter. So, yeah, I'm sorry, I don't see that. New Silver Servants. This one's not that cope, actually, because they've done this in a prior anniversary, and it would be another easy way to, like, make people excited. So, I wouldn't be surprised by this, especially because they have plenty of, like, units out there that people have been like, oh man, I really, really hope we get this, right? 10th Anniversary Servant is a insert meta support. Based off my pick for who I think the Anniversary Servant will be, I could see this. This wouldn't even like surprise me. Event rerun. I don't think you're going to get an event rerun at Anniversary, but they might announce the ability to like vote for new reruns. So this one's actually not super cope. Animation updates. No, I mean this might happen. We'll see, but like NPC jail servant playable. I think these two go hand in hand. This and this are the exact same. Summer Kukulkan. You know, honestly, I just want to see this just to see all the Kukulkan haters mauled. Like, I would love it. I'd be like, oh my god, you put her in like a bikini or something, or even just a one piece. I'd be like, hell yeah, man. I'd be all over that. Do I think this is like likely or something that could happen this year? Yeah. I don't think this is actually that big of a stretch. Kukulkan is like pretty high up that list of like units I expect to see. Limited SSR Servant Ticket. So SSR Servant Ticket is not a big stretch. Limited might be, it might not be. This is definitely something that people have been like throwing out there for a while now for 10th Annie as a possibility. I think this is where the like, we just don't know. I don't think that's that big of a stretch though. Quarter cost bleach earth farming. No, I don't see this. And the only reason I don't see this is because it'll just be half cost, as they always have done. And this is like ooh, we're gonna do this. I'm like, this doesn't move the needle, I think. Like, I don't think this makes anybody go like, yay, because you don't have more storm pods to farm it with. So you just literally don't care. They could make it completely free and people would just be like, okay. Like it is what it is. Convert mana prisms into rare prisms. Now that is some cope. You guys would love that, wouldn't you? It's not happening. Summer Koyanskaya. I don't think this is that crazy. I think like in the same way that like Summer Kukulkan is probably pretty likely, Summer Koyanskaya easily could. Some new costumes. I'd have to go back and look at it, but I think the last time they did a batch of costumes was Annie 5, so yeah, I don't even think that one's that crazy. This is actually probably a pretty astute observation. New bronze servants. I'm just gonna say, like, now all 3 of these are tied together. These are just the same concept that someone turned into 3 different nodes. New bond point craft essence. I mean, they've already kind of been doing this. Could they? Like, here, specifically? I'm going to tell you probably no, and the reason why is I don't believe one normally comes out with Anniversary, but I may be wrong. But yeah, I don't even think like one comes out right then. I think it like it may be August 1st, so it may come out right before anniversary. So people would probably count that as part of anniversary, so maybe. But this one, like, I could easily see this being a thing or just not a thing, depending on how you want to classify it. Galahad is the anniversary servant. It's possible. I've seen people like this is their primary theory. I don't think this is who it is, but if it is this person, I would not be surprised. Sir K is the anniversary servant. No, this one's not happening. There's been no indication of it. If anything, Sir K is already in the game. If you know, you know. I don't think that one's happening. New extra class chapters. What what do they mean? Like, are they saying this in like with regards to Ordeal Call? No. No, we know the story's ending. This is not happening here. Like this would have to be like a 2.5 or something to tide you over. But yeah, no, this is we know the story is ending at the end of the year. They already had their main chapter release in April this year. That was Ordeal Call 4. They have been averaging about 8 months per story chapter release. So it fits perfectly with the end of the year release is going to be that. So unless they're announcing this for next year to tide us over to a part 3, this is just pure cope at this point. And to be fair, Trubs has like been a huge proponent of like this idea, and I've been telling him for a while I just don't agree with it. I don't think it's going to be a thing. I think they're going to get the job done. They're going to finish the story here. We'll see, but I'm going to tell you right now, if they do a 2.5, it will actually hurt the game because I think people are expecting a part 3. People are not treating Ordeal Call as an extension of Lost Belt. People are treating Ordeal Call as 2.5. And I'm going to be honest with you, I agree with these people. This is what it is. If they try to come out and say, oh, but now here's real 2.5, they're just going to piss people off. Universal servant coins. Chat. This is my idea originally. This literally comes from this stream and no other place. And if it ended up on Reddit in a bingo tab, it's from me. This is cope. I wish it wasn't, but this is cope. And the reason why, the only way I can see this happening, okay? This was what we all wanted them to do to fix the coin system before they made the change to fix it with Bond. Instead, they made the change to fix it with Bond, and I said, well, this does fix the issue. The Bond route was the worst route they could have taken it. But now, because they've taken it that way, all other fixes are probably off the table. You're probably never getting another thing ever for this. And to a large degree, even with the state of things as it is, like I've said, coins are kind of a dead issue. Most people are not rolling for coins anymore. Everybody just kind of realizes the grift that it is, and they just go like, yeah, I can get the coins via other means. So, like, I'm not going to try to, like, roll more for it. So, the only way I can see this is if they finally, this is just them admitting defeat, and they go like, you're right, we don't care, nobody cares about coins, here, have them. But I'm only going to say this could only ever be a thing. The only way they would give up is if they know what the replacement is. They know what their new money-making revenue scheme is for beyond this. I don't see them giving up on that anytime soon, though, in that regard. So, yeah, I think if they were going to give this out, they would have given it out when they did the fixes for the 4th and the 5th append. So, I would love for this to be the case, but I think this is copium. Yeah, unfortunately, I think with regards to copiums, this is copium, probably copium. Absolute copium. This is probably the biggest copium in the whole list. Copium. 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 I think like this one, I want to call it copium, but there's a possibility that this could exist beyond December. So I'm not going to call that one copium. But yeah, I think like a good chunk of this is copium. Not all of it is. Some of it's perfectly fine. So, and to be fair, that's the entire point of bingo. You got to have some copium stuff there. So it's not a bad bingo. I'll give them that. Like you got to throw some stuff out there where it's like, hey, this won't actually happen, so that like nobody can just easily get bingo off of it. I will say the coins will absolutely affect who I grand. Yeah, I think like the coin issue, it's still an issue, and that's why I could see like the devs finally letting go of it and giving us something better in that regard. But I also just don't think they will. Like, I think if they were gonna do that, right? Like, let's forget universal coins, chat. Forget that. Why didn't they just make it so you could get all the coins you needed with 5 copies instead of 6? You'll notice how, even after the change that they made, they still didn't change that particular aspect. So, I don't think they're going to do that. Okay, we have another homunculus node. This is Lancers. This is not good for a rash. But we're just going to fire him off, get the damage we can out of this. Send it. It's closer to 10 for 4 stars. Okay, I don't take this the wrong way, but whenever I'm talking about the stuff, I don't think anyone really cares about the 4 star. Not that like it's like, oh man, it's a bad thing, but the idea being that if the coin system doesn't work for a 5 star, of course it doesn't fucking work for a 4 star. Of course it does. If it doesn't work for the best possible option, it doesn't work for anything worse. So that's what I mean when I say like nobody actually cares about that point. It's just one of those deals of like, yeah, we get it, right? Like it's just kind of nitpicking at that point. I doubt the devs themselves will like no make them roll more. Yeah, it probably is like Aniplex and Sony. They're like, hey, no, we need to make more money off of our cash cow. And P4 Bond 11 is, I think it's not as bad for 5 stars. I want you to repeat what you just wrote in your head multiple times, Sino, because you just advocated for rolling 4 copies of a 5 star. Just repeat it over and over again in your head and remind yourself what the rates are. Hey, Nez, how's it going? But yeah, that's why I say it. It's like, don't get me wrong. Is it rough for the low stars too? Yes, but like the problem at that point is that nobody wants to roll that 6th copy of a 5 star. That's just freaking ridiculous, right? And that's where it's like when I look at that, I ask myself, okay, if they still didn't care some, they would have just given us the out there. They would not have required the 6th copy, but they still couldn't let go of that. Even after all the shit that they had, chat, they still tried to clutch that pearl. They tried to desperately hang on to the 6th copy as a thing. And I'm going to be honest, there's still people I see that go like, hey, I'm going to roll for 6 copies. I don't know what to say to those people. I don't think they're sane, but like, there's still people that are going to do it. I think it should be feasible, but not super easy. Yeah. Just a matter of rolling millions and millions of FP. Yeah, I mean, the low stars in that regard are actually not too terribly bad. Obviously, you need a lot of coins for it, but it's not the end of the world. Okay. I'm smarter than this chat. Chris, get in here. Gonna swap that around. And now for this, we are going to switch over to Plug Suit, just because taking a rash perpetually into Lancers is not smart of me. I'll just play this the way it should be played instead. I think of 120 as something that doesn't exist for 5 stars unless I want to NP4, NP5 them. Yeah, see, I don't think that's a sane take. I think that's completely different because I have 120 on NP1s. So, like, I mean, you're welcome to adapt the game that way, but that's not a take that other people necessarily share. Now, that being said, there are plenty of people who just don't even want to partake in the coin and append system, and I think that is interesting for its own reasons. Did you get your boxes rolled out on JP? No, not yet. To be fair, I don't have that many to roll out, so it's not a huge deal. I think I ended up somewhere around like 160 boxes on JP, which is historically like one of the lowest amounts I've ever done. But I'm also going to say like the problem with this is just the timing of this lotto is weird due to how they've been conducting the grands. Like we literally had a grand release before this and a grand release after this, so it's kind of weird to me. We're going to hold off on this, and we're just going to fire off the NP here. Not going to use any of waiver skills because I don't know what's in the final wave, so who I want to bring out of the final or the back line will depend on who this is. They can just do universal coins for SRs, since unless they implement some sort of SR pity. Okay, so they could star, but imagine they implement universal coins for 4 stars and lower. How do you think anybody that wants to grand a 5-star feels if they do that? I'm going to tell you that results in a 4th and a 5th append situation ×2. Like, literally just everybody and their brother starts losing their mind over this, and rightfully so. I'm going to take Modred. Just shy. Sometimes these subtitles block me, but I can still kind of see it. Gonna go for the Mordred Chain. Probably not likely to kill the side ads here, but we should get at least the main enemy dead. Like, don't get me wrong. I think, like, y'all are trying to come up with solutions and trying to, like, say, like, hey, these are problems for these other things, too. It does not stop it for being a problem for the main, like, setup. And the main setup of this game is always going to be 5 stars, whether or not anyone wants to argue on that. Why? Because that's just where all the monetization is. That's what they want you to like spend the money on, and they know that's like their bread and butter. Now, are there things that they still need to do to help that along? Yes. And that's why, like, the only reason I'm only discussing 5 stars is because the 4 stars and lower all have these issues too. So focusing on the 5 stars and finding an effective solution to the 5 stars likely will help fix things for the 4 stars and lower. Maybe do universal coins for each rarity, with the 5-star being the hardest to get. They could do something like that. But again, do I think they'll actually give us universal coins? No. No, I don't. I wish, but no, I don't. We're still going to take Mordred in here. It is an archer node, so we're just going to kind of like deprioritize her to the back over here. We do at least have the capability of bringing in Jerker again, so somebody that's actually effective. And we still have casters in here. I'm going to keep abusing the Plug Suit Mystic Code. Plug Suit You guys haven't got to see it much on the new player account here, but Plug Suit is actually one of the game's most effective force multipliers. It is a mystic code that allows you to swap units around, and you don't have to like use like say someone like a Rash to kill themselves. So you get to do it without like sacrificing a unit. This is really, really nice for sort of tactical usages. And here we go. We got Tesla here. Definitely not what I really want to see. I'm gonna kind of go for it. Probably shouldn't have done that. Probably should have waited some and given that to Jerker, but is what it is. We're just gonna kind of send it. I don't expect really anything here with regards to the damage output of these two. I'm hoping they'll just get him down into like the, I don't know, like maybe like 150k range. Need NP 10 plus and bond 15, or NP 16 and bond 15 for limited for the same result. Yeah, I disagree with that, because if you know the servant rates of that, you know that rolling NP 6 of any SSR is far worse than any of the two other scenarios you presented right there. The rates of an SR are much, much easier to acquire than an SSR. And that's something I think people need to like understand about that. Don't get me wrong. Y'all are just trying to argue over semantics for this. This is why I'm kind of pointing it out. It's like, I don't even really care to have this argument. It's kind of an argument over like he said, she said, and whether or not you think this matters. I'm telling you, you will not get a fix for 4 stars and lowers until you get a fix for a 5-star. That's why I'm making that point. Only NP6 and I stopped reading. Right. That's kind of the point that I'm making, is I think this is being said by people that haven't had to roll to these levels frequently enough to know, right? Don't get me wrong. It's fine. I understand the point you guys are trying to bring up. I'm simply stating the fact of I don't really even care to have the conversation on that point because it doesn't really matter. It's one of those deals where it's like, that's only something that can be tackled once the like kind of more prominent issue does get dealt with. It's the community's fault. NP6 is the standard. NP6 is not the standard. But I will agree that the community absolutely fell into that problem. And I've said it before. It's like, I don't really like that we did kind of promote that. And when I say we, I do not mean me. Because like I said, if anything, I've tried to fight against that mentality and kind of show people it's like, hey, it's not a big deal. Now, Tesla's an interesting one. I actually didn't talk about it there because I was talking about other stuff. But Tesla is a unit that very easily could have gone south for us because Tesla has a charge skill. Tesla also does manage to have things like Invul and Pierce in his kit. So you have to be a little bit careful if you're going to fight someone like that, though he shouldn't necessarily have all of his upgrades since this is the story version of him. But as an archer, he's only got a 3-bar charge, and he has that ability to, again, kind of charge himself faster. So you've really, really got to watch out for. I went on strike for NP3 plus for a while. Yeah. Again, I hope nobody's taking this the wrong way. I'm not trying to insult you guys. I'm merely stating that like y'all are quibbling over over 4 stars versus 5 stars, and you're like, oh no, Cat, it's such an issue. It's such an issue, and I'm telling you, it's like I don't care. The entire reason I don't care is because 5 stars are still fucked. And if 5 stars are fucked, 4 stars are fucked. 3 stars are fucked. 2 stars are fucked. 1 stars are fucked. They're all fucked if 5 stars are fucked. So basically, because they made the decision not to unfuck that, we were never going to get to a point where like, oh yeah, like the rest of them weren't going to be fucked too. Okay, still nothing else there. Let us continue on with story. And the game is still feeding us Mordred, so we're going to keep abusing that. Now we're going to slot out Jerker here for Kentucky as our writer, since he's going to be a little bit more effective here. Could still kind of go with Nitocris. I'm not sure what we're necessarily going to be facing. This may be a certain fluffy-tailed unit, depending on what we're facing. Because I remember we had to fight somebody else first, but I don't think we necessarily have to fight the fluffy-tailed unit. SR has better rates. I know empirically that's true, but man, it doesn't feel like that whenever I've tried to roll an SR. Yeah, I totally understand that. I totally understand that. But it doesn't change the fact, right? Like, Zelfer, thank you for the well wishes. Appreciate it, my man. All right, so we just got some casters here. Nito really should be able to kind of handle some of this. Gonna like commit it and go. I actually need to get Nito maybe a little bit more skill levels on that charge. But yeah, I think in large regard, this is why they made the change that they did, because they made said change that you can get to 120 with NP1 of a unit. And that's good. I like that. I think that's good because what it does is it basically means that now it's not beyond you. It is well within your capability at this point to be able to get it. Unfortunately, we didn't get Kentucky's Arts card. I was really hoping we would. If we had done that, it might have helped us out a little bit here, but what we're going to do is we're going to instead sort of utilize this to get him a little bit more charge there. Okay, I'm going to fire off Ask's MP. Hopefully she can handle at least these books. And we do have multiple Kentucky cards. I'm going to utilize the plug suit attack up here. It's definitely an effective tool for someone like Kentucky. Kentucky probably cannot card his way through this node. Not without some extreme luck, and I don't really have the critical stars for this. So we're just instead going to send this, try to kill 2 of the enemies, and hope that we can get enough charge between Waver and Ask's third skill here to just bring him right back. Granted, he still has his charge skill, so yeah, we'll definitely have enough to get another NP off of this. So we only refunded 10% off the NP, but there we go. You can see just due to these quick cards, and again, he did manage to get a crit in there. He's back to 85%. This is one of the things that just makes Kentucky so strong. If he gets the cards, if he has the crit chance, he's just so dominant at what he can do. And we're actually just going to pre-card his NP here because I bet he can kill. And he does. Again, that's the difference of having crit stars. When you can secure a crit, you're going to deal a lot more effective damage. It's really, really going to help you out. Ryojin, thank you for the well wishes. He's very good. Yeah. Yeah, Kentucky's card performance has always been stellar. Kentucky's only real problem is his lack of survivability. Yeah, I'm aware. I mean, I don't really care. Like, same deal here. Is it still 30%? Yeah. Basically, this card that I swapped Nitocris for at least has NP gain, so if I have to like get charge on her, it'll be a little bit better. Compared to Mash, I'm sort of deprioritizing the Dragon's Meridian craft essence there and putting it into the back line. There's just a 1 out of 2 node here. Did I? Yes, I did pop her death skill there. We'll just arts chain it. Can someone give me advice on Yulga? What class of servant should I use? What did I do for that? I had an entire... So, if you don't want spoilers, Eric, see if you can find my guide video on LB7. In there is a spreadsheet link, and it actually has, like, here's what the fights are, and here's, like, who the effective units are that you can take against it. I don't have it handy for myself, unfortunately. But I can tell you that that will help you out. Okay, thank you. Yeah, no problem. Okay, so next up here, we've got a 52k Grimoire. Again, this would be a situation where it's like, oh man, if we just had an AoE writer, this would be great. I don't. So doing that, not going to be the best. But we do have an AoE unit and a writer. So I can do both. And we're just going to go ahead and pop that. It'd easily be enough. I knew I recognized this. It's Slayers, isn't it? Lena Inverse. We know you're going for MP5 Zerturia. How many copies of Ruler Mel are you aiming for? I don't know. That's what I was trying to like talk to Fox about because I don't know how deep I'm going on that banner. On JP, I NP5'd the 4 stars. But on NA, I gotta think about that. And it may come down to like how good my rolls for Zerturia go. For ages, Alex has been my go-to writer whenever I need an AoE. Yeah, he's definitely solid. Alex is at least like really high in the damage capability for a 3-star. He's the big thing that Alex has always lacked is like kind of like that card performance slash like charge. He doesn't really have the ability to like get back to another NP easily. But if you just need solid like one-off AoE, he's definitely not bad. And he can at least like kind of power up other units. Archer again. And of course, the game's like, hey, in Archer, why don't we give you a support saber? And it's like, no. No, don't do that. So, unfortunately, don't trust that the game is going to give you an effective unit against whatever it is that you're fighting. This is a very common problem in the story as you try to progress. You could just expect that this will be a thing and that you will not get the unit that you want. And you can see, even skipping story, this is still taking quite a bit of time to actually make it through a lot of the stuff. Story is definitely not fast, and it is something that we know to expect at this point. So, we just got the Tesla. I'm not even going to bother wasting the time on her. I'm going to immediately switch right over here to Jerker, pop everything, and just kind of go. And so that's enough. We don't need to use Waver's crit skill. We're going to go ahead and do this. And actually, just on the off chance that he managed to like live with low health, what we're going to do here is we are going to kind of stun him so that he can't pop his gut skill and he can't necessarily like pop his charge skill either. If you're unsure that whether or not you're going to kill, or you're like you're not even going to get close to killing, maybe sit on that stun until he gets up to his Noble Phantasm. That way you don't have to worry about it. In this case, we're easily going to slaughter him, so we don't have too much to worry about. Oh, there's Avalon. Hello, Avalon. Fancy meeting you here. This is like, what, a year 1 singularity? Yes. Yeah, London came out like December of the first year. So a lot of things still pretty fresh with regards to this. But yeah, this is we are kind of now getting to the end we're getting to the point where when you start getting to the end of a singularity, expect boss battles. That is always the case. You can kind of just expect that the game is just going to start throwing stuff at you. For instance, I know for a fact what this enemy is that I'm facing right here, so we're just going to go ahead and we are going to kind of sock it up for this and get ready to like do everything we can. So currently we have 60% charge C, so she just needs the overflow plus her own 20%. And this is a 30% charge C. So we're actually going to go ahead and swap this for Chas Batiste just to get a little bit more charge output here. Not going to have a whole lot of a strong back line for something like this, but I think maybe one of the things, well, yeah, no, we'll leave it. Ace can probably mop it up, worst case scenario. Cat about to commit an act of treason? What do you mean? Are you going to ask her nicely to leave? This is the alt account chat. I can't do that. Though, to be fair, this is not my Lotto anyways. So it is what it is. But yep. So 253k, you can see we're getting a little bit of spike. You can expect this is going to keep happening. When we get to the next singularity, the exact same deal will occur, as you'll start to get enemies that have kind of just more and more health as a boss. Expect that to ramp up. If that scares you, don't worry about it. You're going to keep getting effective ways of dealing with it. And yes, the game is trying to like make it harder on you, so just keep that in mind. I'm going to go ahead, pop this. Realistically speaking, just going to stutter. Same deal, just going to kind of set things up. Use the effective damage dealing units. Could have gone for the triple chain there with Jerker, but at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure that like both NPs here should kill. There you go, 173k. Jerker will definitely do 80k, so we're going to get this job done. One-shot tactics are still viable with no break bar? Yep, exactly. We're just going to keep going, trying to, like, kind of bully the boss and get it out of there as fast as possible. The less time you spend going up against the boss, usually the easier it's going to make it for you, because that way you're not having to worry about the boss attacking you or dealing with you in unfortunate ways, like stunning you or draining you or anything like that. So if you can just get the boss out of there really quickly, it's not a problem. Later on, we will get break bars. Like I said, they do actually increase the sort of like health pools of an enemy. You can get nasty little break bar effects that just automatically trigger, and there's not much you can do about it. I suspect. Is this a? Oh, I know what this fight is. I don't know that I'll have the firepower for this. This will be interesting. This one may actually be our first real test on this account. Let's go for it. Let's see kind of what we get. I forgot this fight's right here at the end. And here we go. So we have a 257k question mark enemy. Definitely a little bit spicier. We've got some demon god pillars behind us, and we've got to come up with an effective way of dealing with it. And we can see here that we don't really have effective damage out of Hoku Saber, but just a brief denotation here. Get overcharge increases her her NP strength, so that's definitely fine. But we can put her later, we can put her first, doesn't really matter. I think in this case, we'll do Jerker first, we'll put Hoku Saber second, just so she can be the beneficiary of getting a little bit more charge there. And we're just going to kind of send this one with as much damage output as we can really muster. As we know, Jerker's effective, she's going to be our go-to. NPs are also a big issue with bosses too. Yep. You can see Jerker definitely dealt some solid damage here. We're not going to get as much out of Hoku Saber. She's not effective, and she's only NP3 for us. But this sets us up pretty nicely, at least, for a follow-up NP. Oh, we actually get the job done. We get a lucky crit. I did not think that was going to happen. So I just made that boss look like a joke. But probably what I would have done is I would have rotated my Kentucky Rider in, tried to get him to a Noble Phantasm as fast as possible, and tried to have him just kind of pop off there. That would have been the best case scenario that I could think of. But yeah, we actually got lucky bailed out. This account is getting really lucky. There's not much I can do about it. Sometimes it's just about like actually trying to pop things appropriately. Hey, Ludes, thank you for the 41. How have you been, bud? Chat, if you guys have not ever given my main man, Mr. Ludes TV, a follow, go do so. He is a huge Sakura Face fan. And there we go. We got London Singularity done. I now have NP5 Saber Lily on JP. Congrats, Cal. New account is full on Luxac account. To be fair, new accounts usually are. Uh-oh, Avalon. You missed the letter. I was gonna say, I thought I had seen you play Uma Musume. How you liking it? And there we go. We got 5 forbidden pages. So definitely nice to get that. And London is clear. So now we get to move on to the American Singularity. This is where, like I said, kind of towards the end of the American Singularity, I noticed that we started to have a little bit of difficulty spike. See, we got 31 St. Court's fragments and 1 Holy Grail from the upcoming chapter that we can do. And we can now get some free exchange conditions for certain events, like the Prison Tower event. There's actually quite a bit of good stuff from that. We can get Detective Foams added back to the Mana Prism shop for basically nothing. So Detective Foams is a very, very good craft essence to snag pretty early on in your account if you can manage it. So definitely some nice value there. But that is London with a wrap, and that will end this segment of the new player guide. Yeah, I'll probably sit on that for now. It's really fun, maybe slightly overhyped, but enjoying it casually. I was gonna say I feel like it's really overhyped right now, but I definitely see why people like it. Like I myself am not gonna be playing it, but it's an idle game, so it's like of course people just naturally take to that sort of thing, and it seems like they're doing a good job with like keeping it just kind of fun and vibrant and a happy, like, all-around environment, which I think is just solid for a game. Maybe not get as much toxicity as, like, some of the other fandoms have because of it. I really enjoy the America Singularity story-wise. America Singularity is interesting. It's like, I liked it, but it's one of those deals where, like, looking back at it, you're like, what the heck were the writers thinking when they wrote this? Because it's just such a mishmash of things. I was actually hoping we would get started on America tonight, but chat, I think we're going to end it here for tonight. That London Singularity took way too long. Let me see who else is around. Let me send this back to Mr. Gotcha Gurus. He's on tonight. He is playing some Uma Musume himself. Again. Oh, why did that? Ah, spelled it wrong. There we go. I put a underscore in it. Poke rap at the end of stream is peak timing. Yep. All right. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for all the support. Thank you for the well wishes for my 6-year partner anniversary. And again, I will see you guys tomorrow with the Lancer Grand Score, and looking forward to NA summer event coming up here soon. So hope you guys have a good one. Go give Gotcha Gears my love. Good night.